uh, he's got a video?
Yes,
Okay. Because but he's in the room.
but he's in transit, so that's why he recorded a message for us so that would have it.
So we should
Okay.
probably open up with a little introduction and
Mm.
then say our first spotlight is Ola.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to have you do that. I don't know. All right.
Ooh.
Let's see. Record to this computer to the cloud. I'm going to have it recorded to the cloud. All right. Ready? There we go. All right. Now we are recording. Hold on. I'm going to stop recording because I'm not ready. Who wants to get Dawn? Why don't you tee us off? Because I'm in my head right now. So if you don't mind, please. All
Okay,
right.
I gotta think of what I'm gonna say. Look, I'll just make it short and simple.
Would you introduce the project, introduce who we are we're on the team, and all the hard work that it took to put it together and the selection and on all that. And
All right,
then
and then you guys could chime in too, and we can
yeah.
kind of pass it. Okay.
Okay. Ready and record to the cloud.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to our Hope for Families. Uh, let me start that over.
Okay, that's
Oh
fine.
my gosh. All
Well,
right.
I'm gonna stop
Good.
and then I'm gonna start again. Okay. I'm gonna stop and then I'll start again. Um, and go.
Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are in the world today. We are here today with our Hope for Families official book launch for our book two, which is Building Bridges of Hope, Strengthening Co Parenting and Family Bonds. I'm here today. Well, first, I'm Don McCarty. I'm one of the editing publishers on this book, and I'm joined today with Danica Joan Dockery, who is the executive director of Kids Need Both and Hope for Families. Excuse me. Hope for Families is a project under that organization, and we're bringing this book series and anthology to those who need help navigating through family conflicts in our family court system. And another person joining our team is John Hamel. He's been here helping us navigate through all of the editing and work that we have been doing with all of the authors. We brought together a lot of professionals, and it's turned into a very, very powerful book with 21 authors plus a forwarding author. So we have 22 all together in this anthology or this particular volume of our anthology. It's been a passion, and it's been a very it's a labor of love putting this together and trying to get it edited and out on time. And it's finally here. So we're live on Amazon as of yesterday. So if you haven't seen it on Amazon, we've provided this QR code here. So anytime you're watching, you can click on that. It'll take you to the Amazon sales page for the book, so you can check it out and you can determine between the Kindle version. There's a paperback and a hardcover version of our book. So at this point, I want to pause for a second. I want to let my co-host here maybe chime in with something about the book that they may have.
Um, I guess I'll go. This has been an amazing journey, right? Like, and this is our second year of producing this anthology. So just to kind of give you a little idea, like we've stepped up the game. Our first one was last year that launched was we'd never done this before. We'd never done a collaborative book project, but we wanted to do something to because we already have a connection with our Hope for Families alliance of organizations who are out there trying to make a difference in with families experiencing child custody conflict. And we wanted a book that and I think last year, I think we had 18 authors. This
Like
year
that.
we have 22 contributing authors plus huge amounts of resources that John was the one that actually curated a lot of the resources, and that was a huge deep dive on his part.
Yep.
But we've just made it better. This book two is better, and next year's book three is going to be even better. But the whole goal is to not only be of service to maybe possibly first-time authors who have a lot of expertise,
Mhm.
but they don't have, maybe that was their lifelong dream is to be published. So we've been able to provide an opportunity for them to publish, but more importantly, for the reader to find hope,
Mhm.
because it's all about building bridges of hope. So that's what I want to contribute to it, and I'm going to tee it off over to John to share.
Welcome, everyone. So glad you're able to join us today on this exciting day as we are launching our book globally. It's a valuable resource, as Danica and Donna shared, for parents and survivors going through the trials and tribulations of family conflict. So we're delighted to have with us today authors where we'll be able to spotlight their initiatives and their chapters and their valuable contributions to this second volume in our series. And as Danica said, it spans the globe from authors from South America, Europe, Africa. So we're delighted to be able to highlight some of those initiatives of those contributors.
Mm. This is so today, what does today look like? Today is going to look like we're bringing in authors, the authors that contributed their chapter. Going to give us about 10 minutes. We're not going to have a lot of time with them, but we want to make sure that they get to be part of this book launch, because ultimately the goal is that we use this weekend, this Black Friday weekend, to not only share with the world with about this project, but also give you an opportunity as the viewers to be able to buy this book at the absolute cheapest price that we're able to provide it for, which is the author's price. Um, but it's only going to happen during this weekend. After this weekend, it goes back to the regular price, which I believe is $4.99 for the Kindle, 19.95 for the paperback, and $24.95 for the hardback. So I would say definitely click on the QR code, get your copy, and then that makes you part of making us international best-selling authors on Amazon. Um,
And on
our
that note,
Yes.
Amazon sales page says we are #1 new release.
Yes. All right. Yeah,
Congratulations.
Dawn's the one that's in the background checking the analytics to see when we can become #1 best-selling, because once we do, then it just helps to propagate it. And again, it's about any kind of dealing with child custody conflict. Everybody in this book have been somewhat personally touched by child custody conflict, and we wanted to turn our pain into purpose.
So
So,
Definitely.
let's hear from some of our great authors who've contributed.
yes, speaking of, we have Tina Mayer has just joined us in the room.
Well, hello.
Good
Good
morning.
afternoon.
Welcome, welcome. And we are getting a little bit of a late start, and I do apologize for that. So Tina, you are our first author to interview.
Oh, well, excellent. My timing was impeccable then.
All right, so we've got let me see.
Well, actually, we should maybe go back to Ola Akini in Nigeria and Alfredo in Mexico.
Are they, hold on.
They are
Hey,
in.
Ola.
Yes, they're in the room. Yes, yes,
Hola,
yes.
hola, hello.
Oh,
Hello,
it's
Danica.
Alfredo. Sorry.
and Alfredo. I do apologize. I want to make sure that we respect those in, so Ola is going to be our first interview, and then we're going to bounce to Alfredo, and go from there. Okay. So let's see here. Ola, are you able to be on the screen?
I think he's the one that's in transit, so we have a
Okay.
video.
Okay. Do we have, who has the video? Because I do not. I don't have it in my folder.
It's in his author's folder. So
Okay. Is there someone, because I've given everybody co-host rights in right here. Is there somebody that can show it from their end?
I'm worried about my internet, so if John can do it, or
yes, I can do it.
Okay.
so far it's behaving, but I'm afraid it's going to get wonky again. Excuse me.
Okay, so why don't you, can you select it off screen, and then we can and then share?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right. Yeah, we were okay. So let's while we're waiting for, why don't John, you want to just go to an interview with Alfredo first, and we'll bring Ola's video up when you have it available.
Certainly.
Okay. Welcome, Alfredo.
Hello.
Great to see
So
you.
glad.
Hello, Karen.
So
So,
glad to have you. This has been okay. So I have just a few questions. I can find them
okay.
that
And
I
thank
want to ask of you as an author. Um, it's a new author. By the way, just wanted you to know, Alfredo, Dawn, what's our statistics right now of as far as trying to get to be #1 best-selling? You're on mute.
Okay,
excuse me.
sorry. I
There you
just
go.
pulled up the page too. So on Amazon's sale page for our book, so if we go to the page where you can see Kindle, hardcover, or paperback, they put the little flag there that says #1 new release. And
If
it's
you want
#1 new release in trauma psychology. So
okay.
that's,
You want to share that screen for a
oh,
second?
sure. Yeah, let me get back over here. Share. Let me know when you can see it.
I can see, yes.
Okay, right there.
Awesome. Number
In trauma
one.
psychology. So this is how we will determine whether or not we make #1 bestseller. We've already accomplished #1 new release. That's really good. So we're right on track. And yeah, we're just going to make this even better as we go through the day.
All right. Okay, so let's see here. Alfredo, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to share. Okay, so Alfredo's show. This is Alfredo. Solomon Salazar, now a co-author, and his chapter is called Writing to an Absent Child. So my question I have for you, Alfredo, is what is the one message you hope readers take away from this chapter?
Well, based on my experience, one of the things that saved my life uh, through this event was writing, and I learned from school that writing was a way to express myself. I am a audiovisual creator, so when all these events came to my life, when I just leave my house back in 19 no well 2013, I start writing to my son letters, small letters, because he was a 5 years old kid. And I felt some kind of link through these letters. And then, well, I have to stop them because my letters finished and end up in the court, and they
Mm.
were taken as some kind of violence for my kid. But later, I wrote a tale for kids that became a book that is called Mi hijo tiene un dinosaurio. My son has a dinosaur. And finally, I started a blog where I try to make contact with my kid, and it's still online. It's a blog that you can find in the web. And well, the idea was to keep on uh, working to be close to my kid. Uh, and well, that has never happened yet. I'm still away from him, and well, the idea of writing became one of the reasons I start a movement here in Mexico called Mil Pelotas para Ti, that, well, it tried to reach and help fathers and mothers that are in the divorce process, and they are not aware of the problem that can be generated through the conflicted divorce.
Got you. So what gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
Well,
Maybe, yeah.
I want people to understand and learn that there are a lot of ways to transit this process, and there is the legal process, there is the psychological process, but we all can write to our kids through and heal the bond through writing. I think that's my hope.
Writing is a very healing thing. I mean, even as a kid, journaling, a lot of people journal, and they do it not necessarily to publish, obviously, but
Yeah.
it's something to get their thoughts out on paper. And something I use for in my co-parenting courses that I have the participant in my programs to write a letter, not to give to the co-parent, but write a letter as if they're giving it to their co-parent. Because, like you said, some of these words, you'll find them being presented as evidence in the courts. But it's important to still write, just be more discerning about who you share it with. But it was my experience of writing a letter to your co-parent on things that they can count on you for. It helps to reveal a lot of things that are hidden in your own subconscious when you read it, and you're like, and it brings up bitterness that you didn't think you had, pain, and all kinds of things that you didn't even know were there because of the writing. And I'm sure that's something you've experienced, Alfredo. Just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I basically write to my kid because writing to my co-parent was really uh, difficult for me. But I think that writing to an absent kid, an absent boy, is really important for the bond of you both. And yes, and as you talk, I wonder if I should start writing to my co-parent and see what happens. I mean, not about sending the letter, but to heal myself, about all these emotions that are inside. When you write, the emotions go away,
Mhm.
and that's healing. And even in the physical aspect, because sadness starts working on your body, and I think that can be possible to start writing to a co-parent.
It's, it's a very confronting thing to ask to be generous, to be with someone that is essentially your enemy. It's hard to allow yourself permission to think kind thoughts in the midst of the battle, because there's that fear that if I see them as this, human that has, and have some compassion for
Mhm.
them, then it's it can be very confronting with you know, in so many different ways, that to just feel it's much easier to say I hate them, um
Sure.
than to say they're human and they have vulnerabilities and they have their own brokenness from childhood that make them the way they are.
Yeah, definitely. And after 12 years, I've been through a lot of emotions. I hated, I I felt some all kind of emotions, but now I'm quiet with my soul. I am working. I have a new life, and I think that's something that maybe we should all do. Try to reconnect through writing with the co-parent and try to see if there's been a change of attitude.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate your time,
Yeah,
Alfredo. I know that um I really appreciate the effort that you've put in here. I know that English is not your first language, so
yeah,
it's even a little bit more challenging for you than most. And I acknowledge you for that, that you took this on anyway, because the importance of getting the word out and making a difference and bringing hope to people's lives is far beyond our limitations.
yeah. Well, thank you for the invitation. I am really glad to be part of this book. It means a lot to me to be the only Mexican, but also the only Latin American uh, representative. So it's very important because in Latin America and Mexico, this is a huge problem. And well, this
Yeah.
book is gonna be really a light in the middle of the night.
Yes, thank you so much. All right,
Thank you.
I'm gonna pause this for a second so we can kind of have a segment the video, and then we are going to continue to record. And the next person up, do we have John, do we have a video that we can share?
Um, yes, we do have a video that we could share.
Okay.
And
And this video is from Ola, our next author. Um,
hold on a second. I had him queued up.
Greetings, everyone. I am Ola Akinwe, author of the LIVE philosophy. I'm glad to be part of this bestseller, Building Bridges of Hope, an international anthology. And my chapter in the book is from high conflict to co-parenting peace, the LIVE framework. One message I want readers to take from my chapters: you do not need your co-parents' permission to choose peace. Too many parents feel trapped in a circle of evil, EVIL, and that is exploitation, vilification, inhibition, and loathing. I want readers to know that they can single-handedly shift that dynamic by choosing to live, to love responsibly, inspire a new narrative, value the other parent's role, and educate themselves. You have the power to stop the war and protect your child's peace, even if you are the only one building the bridge. And why is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds so important right now? Yeah, because in our world today, the communal math, the most a child is being torn apart. A child is not meant to be a weapon in a war. They are a bridge between two lineages. They are a gift to the village. When we fail to strengthen these bonds, we are not just breaking homes. We are fracturing the psychological backbone of the next generation. Strengthening co-parenting is not just about getting along. It's about preserving the mental health and identity of our children. Peace is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity for our future. What gives me hope for families who are struggling today? What gives me hope is the shift I see in parents who realize that a broken marriage does not have to mean a broken home. I see families using this framework and other frameworks out there to become reorganized families. When parent chooses to step up as a wise elder rather than a bitter warrior, the healing is almost immediate. The resilience of the human spirit, the ability to weave a new math, beautiful one, even after a tear, is what gives me a profound hope. I think the last question says here, if I could speak directly to a parent or a child who is going through this right now, what I want them to know. Wow. To the child, I would say, please know that the conflict between your parents is never your fault. You are not the cause of the crack. You are the light shining through it. You are whole. You are loved by the entire village. And to the parent, I would say, give yourself grace. You cannot pour from an empty calabash. prioritize your own healing and peace, because your calm is the greatest safety shelter you can build for your child. I hope you will find this chapter a good read. Thank you so very much. Bye.
Oh, that was awesome. That was really, really awesome. Very well spoken. And Ola is, remind us, John, where's Ola coming in from?
Ola is coming in from Nigeria. And what I found poignant about his words and Alfredo's is, they were talking about the light, in their lives of our children. And, going from Mexico all the way over, several continents over in Africa, families are very much the same. I mean, they really share the same love for their children. And I think that's what's intrinsic in this book, is just showing the tapestry of all of our messages, how they weave together in building bridges, for our children. And that, co-parenting can be done, and it can help strengthen family bonds. So grateful for Ola's comments.
It's so, so great. And I'm going to stop that right there. And then I'm going to start it back up to the cloud. All right. So one of the things I wanted to, before we go to the next author, is I want to also display to you that we have we've reached Amazon number one, what is it? Number one new release in trauma psychology. So I'm super excited about that. That was even in a category, right, Dawn, that we didn't even plug ourselves into, and yet we got number one. So I'm very excited about that. All right.
We actually did choose trauma psychology as our category, so that's good. That means
Okay.
Amazon agrees.
Good, good, good. Yeah, I tell you what, Amazon, it not just everybody can just get in and publish anything. Boy, we know, don't we? We've been it took us a long time to, clean up the different flaws and stuff like that it pointed out, which was really awesome to have sort of a publishing entity that keeps the integrity high in that regards. I'm going to try. Okay, so who's our next author?
We're lucky to have Ann O'Keefe Rogers from Jacksonville, Florida, as our next spotlight author, who's going to talk about rebuilding connection in the aftermath of alienation and conflict. So delighted Ann is here with us today.
And I'm going to put let's see here. I'm going to put her promo up for us to take a look at. Anne the title of her chapter is From Wound to Renewal, A Mother's Journey Through Alienation to Hope. I'm so, so happy that she's been able to participate in this. Welcome, Anne.
Danica and team, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. I'm just thrilled.
So, okay, so we have a few questions to go over. I lost my question list. Here we go. All right. So we've got just so you know, we've got Dawn. She's looking at statistics in the background to see how we're doing as far as how we're climbing up to the number one in multiple categories like we did last year. Last year's book one, which was our first foray into collaborative publishing. This one is just better. It's got more authors, it's got more details, it's got more resources. Super excited.
And real quick, Danica, I want to tap onto that.
Yes.
Last year, I think it was about 3 hours and we made number one.
Yeah.
This one, we haven't even really launched yet and we already got number one new release. So that's exciting this year.
So exciting. And we're competing with Black Friday weekend. This is even better. Like, I don't know what we were thinking. Oh, let's just pick Black Friday weekend to launch the book. So, because nobody's doing anything today, right? So, anyway, so this is huge. Okay, so Anne, what is the one message you hope readers take from your chapter?
Well, I am really, like I said, very grateful to be part of this book and this chapter. And the one message that I would hope readers would take from my chapter is that you can find strength in your suffering. And if you connect with others that are on the same journey as you as an alienated parent, you can find strength. I was told by a friend, and I really admire her faith. She said to me, Anne, you've been given a really big cross to carry. Don't waste your suffering. And so to me, that means using the pain that I've experienced to help others grow in resilience and in mental health.
That's huge. You know, that
I love
is
that. Yes.
that's huge because there's no guarantees. When people call me looking for guidance and hope on when they're dealing with a child custody conflict and their child won't speak to them and they're just constantly inundated by the warfare. I cannot promise them that they will have a restored relationship with their child. God, I wish I could.
Yeah.
It just it it's really heartbreaking to be able to not make that promise to them. But we can, you know, just like you, Anne, like I really believe in life with a purpose. I feel like that sometimes when I was a little kid and, you know, in church and I'd say, and I would people would give their testimony of the things that they came out of darkness and you know, out from, and I would say, oh, I would love to have some like really great thing happen. Be careful what you wish for when you're a kid, even.
Yes, exactly. And that whole concept of not wasting your suffering, don't let it just bring you down. Use it to purpose. Yeah.
That's so true. So true.
Mhm.
Make and you can bring you can find hope in the darkness. Um because you were somebody before your child came into your life. And as much as they are a huge part of your heart, you have so much more to give to other people. Um, so what is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds? Why is it so important right now?
So I've noticed that, we live in such a highly polarized society right now, especially in the United States. And when we strengthen our family bonds, despite our weaknesses and flaws, and we practice forgiveness, that's when healing begins. When I look at myself with my weaknesses and my flaws, and I forgive other people's weaknesses and flaws, that's what makes for healthy relationships, recognizing we're all part of the human race. And sometimes it can be a little bit either emotionally or mentally lazy to paint a picture as black or white. Like that person, for whatever silly reason, if they choose a certain brand of toothpaste that I don't use, then that person is dead to me. I mean, that's how silly it can be. When we recognize that um, we're all part of the human race, we all make mistakes, and we practice forgiveness, that is what will strengthen co-parenting and family bonds.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. And it's you know, when I was talking to Alfredo before, we were talking about how that's very confronting for someone who's been a targeted parent, who's the one that's on the outs. They don't have a relationship with their child. They don't even have custody, any kind of visitation. That's so hard because
Yes.
it's almost like you feel like that if you practice forgiveness, you're releasing them of of the responsibility or the blame.
Exactly. And the stigma isn't there anymore. It's not as stigmatizing. Yeah.
Wow.
But when we learn about other people's perspectives that are different from our own, we come away a better person.
Yeah. I agree. I definitely agree. So, okay, so what gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
So I believe that technology can really help us connect to a greater number of people, but it doesn't always guarantee quality or depth of relationship. So now we have AI, and the fact that AI can help us learn more about other perspectives, that is a helpful tool. When we can use AI for our own personal growth and development, that's going to help families who are struggling. So I've seen that. I've seen several alienated parents use AI to come up with some really creative solutions, and that gives me hope.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, because it's not going away.
No.
And it can really help you to see, to illuminate your blind spots,
Yeah.
and maybe even, like they've put integrated AI in a lot of these parenting apps, talking parents and things like that. And it's really very enlightening because we don't know that we're speaking with a judgmental tone but we put it in AI, man.
Mhm.
It is good about illuminating those
Yes.
things. And then it makes us aware of maybe points to why the communication broke down.
Mhm. And
uh,
we can see our own blind spots. Yes.
for sure. I had let's see, we've got Tina Mayer in the room. Are you ready to join us?
Yes. Hi.
Okay, let me pause this for a second so that I can segment the video, and then we'll join you back. Okay, so the next author we have is Tina Mayer. I like to show these the graphics that Dawn created, that they're so beautiful.
Hmm.
So I'm going to share them. I've got there. You put so much work into it. I want to make sure that everybody gets to enjoy it. So Tina Mayer is one of our co-authors, and her chapter is called Stop, Drop, and Roll: Transforming Conflict Through Conscious Communication. We were kind of talking about a bit about communication with Anne, and it's something that I'm going to ask you a few questions, and maybe even off script to tap into your expertise. But what's the one message? Oh, wait, Dawn, should we go into statistics yet, or just go right into asking Tina?
Go ahead and right into it, and then I'll check them while you're talking.
Gotcha. You can always give me a notification of another category that we hit. Okay, so what's the one message you hope readers take from your chapter, Tina?
To calm down and to not react, but to respond. Because I'm not an alienated parent. I'm not an alienated child. I have been working in this field for over 10 years now. Feels like longer. And the one thing that I have consistently seen is that the people who can calm down and not just be reactive have a tendency to have a better and faster result because they're not creating more mess to clean up. Sometimes because it's hard, it's emotional. Like these are your children, and it's very hard to rein in emotions. It's very hard to not want to scream, shout, or other toward people who are hurting you actively, especially if they're actively hurting you. And What happens though is that we get noise. I just get noise. Like if I'm the professional in the middle trying to figure out what's going on, this is what my world looks like. And I'm trying to figure out where the problems are, how can we start eliminating things? And if somebody doesn't stop moving, if both people are moving, then this is all I'm getting. But if I can get people to calm down, and then one person, who is usually the person causing the most problem, cannot calm down, then I can go, okay, all right, I got you. I know where the problem is now, and I can start focusing on how to fix that part. And that comes mostly through how people communicate, because OFW, which is my favorite thing in the world too, by the way. I love that communication. I love the tools. But I'll go into OFW and I'll read these messages passing back and forth. And
OFW is our family wizard.
yes, sorry, I'm so used to using that just acronym. I forget that it's not common for people do look at me so strangely, but it's a communication tool. And it's a really great way for co-parents who need a little extra help and a little bit of extra support. It's a great tool for that. But I'll go on and I'll read the communications between the two, and it's just combative, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, with absolutely no value toward resolution. And so what do your kids need? They need peace, because they need the parents to come down. There are times, and there are going to be some cases where definitely that's just not going to ever be easy. But when you can learn how to effectively communicate, I was listening to the previous authors and they're kind of saying the same thing. It's like, you need to find that space within yourself to say, what's important to me, and can I stay focused on that? And that is your child. What do they need? They need peaceful parents. They need people who can communicate. So if there's one tool in everybody's toolbox that they can perfect and get help with, or do whatever needs to be done, but that calming down, don't react, communicate effectively, and if you cannot, get help with it. Get help with it. Anne was mentioning the AI, and OFW, our family wizard, does have what's called a tone meter, and it will kind of read your tone. You can also there's so many groups now that are doing editing of text messages and emails and things, and so take advantage of those things. But the most important thing is that you learn how to do this better for the reunification between yourself and your child, communicating with them, communicating with the other parent, communicating with the court, that what you're putting out there isn't just the chaotic you, but somebody who can solve the problems and help get to that resolution space.
Yeah, I mean, as humans, we're emotional beings, and emotions can be very irrational and, illogical. I mean, there's just so many things that we're feeling, and it's really hard to put it into words. I know that in, some of us, as, especially as targeted parents, maybe we spent years just being a doormat, just sort of like just being dismissive of the way that we were being treated. And then it's like the first time we've stood up for ourselves. Now, that is a question I have for you, is how do you be forgiving, like Anne was speaking about, and not feel like you're reverting back to the doormat person? If you ask, if you forgive the person, it's much easier to hate. It's much easier to villainize them, so that you don't lose yourself. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because forgiveness is an action for within your own self. So the article really is more about the only person on the planet you have control over in a complete way is yourself. Mm-hmm. So you have to master that part. Now, you can forgive somebody and still keep appropriate boundaries, still keep distant. You can still communicate effectively. It's about finding that calmness. So if you want to change the word, not everybody shares the idea. And I know that there are a lot of experts out there who will tell you you don't have to forgive. Forgiveness is okay. So change the word. It's not about necessarily forgiving to become a doormat again, as you use. It's about calming yourself down to a space where you don't have to feel aggressive hatred to where you have to act on it. You can still feel angry. I mean, anger in and of itself is a tool because it does drive us forward in a lot of ways. But it's managing that feeling and not just letting it manage you. It's a self-control thing as opposed to just outwardly being able to say, well, you're forgiven, so just come back in. That's not this, that's different. It's really about inner peace and about being able to be calm inside in a chaotic space, which is not easy, by the way. Like I am the first who'll throw my hands up and, you know, put me in a traffic situation and I'm inside my little car and I road rage in my internal space and not let things out. We're human beings. Find spaces where it's safe to do it. Usually not in an email, not in a text message, not in, now unless you're emailing or text messaging your best friend and you're like, I just need a vent and you let it all out. But where and how you do that, it's about having self-control and letting it come out in appropriate ways to the appropriate people to where you're not damaging what's going on outside of you and with your children. I don't know if I answered that very concisely, but
it's an ongoing practice.
and it
It's
is a
not something you can
practice.
learn.
It is a practice. And so often what I've done for my clients is I will edit their emails or text messages. And I don't think I shared this in the article, but there was one particular father who had not seen his daughter in 40 years. And they were trying to, there was a problem that needed to be solved with an inheritance thing in another country. And it was a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. But basically what did it was just an editing of his communications to make him less egocentric sounding and to be more child focused and to take a lot more of the opinions out or the aggressiveness out or the controlling out and just make it neutral. Like this is a problem we need to solve. And same message that he was trying to convey is I want to meet you and I want to know you, but just less aggressively done. And so now it thrills me. Every once in a while he'll still send an email, be like, hey, we're still communicating. And they did actually meet for the first time in 40 years. And so it don't give up. But communication was one thing where that really drove that home. It was the communication and how he was communicating that made the difference there.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time on a Saturday to help us. Thank you for contributing your amazing chapter to this project and being part of our alliance of that's bringing light and bringing hope to the world. Yeah, one of these days we'll definitely have to have a conversation about what in the world would bring you to this space.
I don't know. I'm a little masochistic, I think. I don't know, but I'm going to go order my books so that I can have them available for people. And so thank you so much for including me. I do appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina.
All right.
Thanks.
I'm gonna pause this and then start it up again. Looks like we have, let's see.
We have you next. Shall I ask you some questions?
Sure. Or we can just, we can skip over me because we're kind of just having conversation.
Do we have you, then Dawn, And then at 11 o'clock, Joan Claus-Zanyard is in the queue.
All right, so we have about 20 minutes to have a conversation with the three of us. So let's talk about the process of doing this collaborative book. I know Dawn, I think all three of us have published before with other people's projects. And last year was the first time that Dawn, you and I decided to come together and create this anthology called Building Bridges of Hope. And it's been an interesting project, something that okay, so I'm going to give you a little. The collaborative book series that I was asked to contribute to, which is my first project. The thing that I liked was the opportunity to write and to really like distill my thoughts about what my message would be to the world about who I am and who I serve. The downside was it was in a collaborative book series of that didn't, every author had a different audience. You know, one might have been, I don't know, you know, different variety. Might have been a business person that was focusing on, I don't know,
Wealth and time management and
wealth and
finances. Yeah. So all those different categories.
So the thing is I've had wonderful people that are like, I bought your book, but I only read your chapter. And I was like, that's fine. That's fine. And another thing is those books were all for females, female entrepreneurs. And that was why I was inspired to say, well, a collaborative book series would be very valuable if it had one cohesive audience and we had all these different experts and professionals and stuff like that took a chapter and contributed to it. So the reader would find value in every single chapter. And it was male, female, it was the spectrum of professionals that were contributing. And also the thing that I loved about it was that by helping nurture people who may have been first-time authors, they've never done it before, we were able to be part of coaching them into an amazing chapter that they could be proud of. And in that process, knowing that our authors had personally been impacted by child custody conflict, the loss of a relationship that meant so much to them, we knew that they were kind of the patient as well as the reader.
Yeah. It gives them a voice that they didn't. They probably knew that they had a voice, but how do you share it sometimes is the hard part. So we're giving them the platform to express that and to share their story or share their expertise, a combination of both sometimes, because that's where our passion is. We are very passionate about this topic. And like you're saying, the whole concept of having a book that's on this particular topic keeps it succinct with those that are out there. And it doesn't matter if you're a professional working in this field, if you're a targeted parent, or if you're an adult child or a child going through it, we're covering all of those topics that are important to somebody that would be interested in this book. So it really does kind of bring everything together in such a valuable resource, not just in the chapters, but in the resources that we're adding to the back of the book is huge. It's powerful.
It's huge. And I do apologize. I noticed I hadn't recorded that until just now. So.
Oh no. Well, I did.
So, you did?
Yeah, I have it recording.
Oh, we're good. We're good then. Okay, good. Then we don't have to backtrack. But
You know
yeah,
what?
like and this book number 2 was, you know, the first one we're just sort of like, okay, we're doing
We
this.
had all the pieces and we put it all together, so we did it.
So but between last year and this year, we actually were able to say, oh, what was missing? What could we do to improve it? And one of them was to break the book into sections.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
to even distill it into collected topics from our different authors. And the other thing is that John has been super valuable on the book team in bringing and curating the resources in the back of the book. In fact, who was it? It was one of our authors or one of our somebody who said just the resources alone are worth the cost of the book.
Wow.
So very excited to be able to bring all these resources, because back when I found myself in the midst of a child custody conflict situation back in the early 2000s, I was lost. I was drowning, and I didn't even know where it, I hear this a lot with my clients, and they say, well, I don't know where to start with the legality. So they hire a high-priced attorney that knows the law, because you didn't know you needed to know the law until you find yourself in a divorce. So my goal was to curate all of the resources I could, and I threw it on a web page, and hoping that it would be a shortcut for the next person. So this book can be that shortcut for the, for the next person.
And there are 2 books. So if you go to the Amazon page where this book is being is available now with this QR code, you can also go into Danica or any one of the author links at the top, and you can see book 1, and you can buy that one as well. That is, it was Overcoming Family Courts, I believe, was the title on that one. Overcoming Trauma in Family Court Systems. So there's 2 books available right now on Amazon through the Kids Need Both Amazon page.
And book 1, was a #1 bestseller, and book 2, as we've been finding out through the course of the morning, is #1 in a lot of key categories. So it's
#1
great.
new release in trauma psychology. Yep, we've already gotten that.
Yep, there we go. So that is so exciting. So exciting to that we've already hit that. And speaking of, the other amazing thing is that we're doing it on Black Friday weekend, when people have an overabundance of places to be and things to do, and they might still have family in town and stuff like that. But we decided we'd launch it on Black Friday weekend, and we're doing even better than we did last year. We've got 22 authors. Last year we had 18. We have 22 authors. We have curated resources in the book, and yeah, I can't imagine. We're just going to keep stepping it up so that next year's book. In fact, if this intrigues you and you want to be to participate in book number 3, we will open that up for applications soon, and that one's going to be, that's on hope4families.net/buildingbridges is our website for the book. So let me see, do we have I don't see anybody. I see Ola in the room. I think that's Alfredo, but
That's
it's
Alfredo.
okay. Got it. That's in the room. Well, you know what? We haven't given too much time for you, John, to speak a little bit about your experiences. So why don't we ask you some questions? I'm going to let me pause this and then start it back up so that we have it segmented.
Okay. All
right, there we go. All right. So our next author is on our book team. You were part of helping to edit and work with the authors to get the best from them. And tell us a little bit about your journey in being on the book team, and then we'll get into talking more about your chapter.
It's been a great journey to participate with you, Danica and Dawn, on the book team. Being a father of two children and experiencing the trauma impacted by divorce and separation, there are so many great experts around the world, and both of us have had the unique privilege of working with some of the top minds in psychology and law and trauma and divorce. But what this anthology does is brings voices that are beneficial to the healing process. So it's been a great opportunity to collaborate with all the other 21 authors.
Been really great, and I wanted to show your beautiful design of the promo. Yours, the title of your chapter is called "The Heart of Co-Parenting: How to Rebuild Family Bonds." What is the one message you hope readers take from your chapter?
The message I hope readers to take away is that love endures, even in the silence, distance, or conflict. And when families fracture, the structure may change, but the bond between a parent and a child remains alive in the quiet work of compassion and presence and emotional steadiness. And my chapter shows that even when co-parenting becomes impossible, a parent can still model resilience, empathy, and emotional safety. And the memories we create with our children are so important. They're sacred. Those unfiltered moments become anchors that kind of outlast the conflict in the courtrooms and the changed addresses. And what matters most is not perfection, but showing up for your children with patience and courage. So hopefully, a child will remember that long after, the dust has settled on the struggles that we've been facing.
Thank you so much. Yes, so true. So why is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds so important right now?
I think, today, nearly 40% of children in the US experience divorce or separation before the age of 18. And the stakes have never been higher. Strong co-parenting and restored family bonds to protect children and from that emotional fallout of conflict and instability and prolonged litigation is so important. And research and lived experiences show that children thrive when at least one parent remains regulated and compassionate and predictable and emotionally available. And even when cooperation is denied, and parents can still give their children, the greatest gift, which to me is the model of a healthy, grounded adult in a world filled with pressure and polarization and mental health struggles that impact families. Strengthening family bonds is an urgent act of prevention. And I think it teaches children resilience and empathy and the belief that relationships can be repaired, not because they're perfect, but because the adults choose courage and humility and compassion. And it's the onus on parents to show up in that way in front of their children.
Be the example of the things you want your child to see in the world.
Yeah.
Setting the example. What gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
What gives me hope is seeing how many powerful trauma-informed communities are rising up to support families in ways that simply didn't exist, a decade ago. We now have organizations like the Star Network Foundation, Promly, and Trek providing tools and education and real world solutions that help parents and children rebuild safety and connection and resilience, which didn't exist, 8 years ago in my world. Promly is an app that gives me hope because it meets young people exactly where their social worlds, dealing with mental health and suicide. And it offers mental health support and a connection at a moment when our youth are isolated and anxiety is at historic levels. You know, their commitment to early intervention and emotional wellness ensures that the next generation has access to meaningful support before trauma becomes a lifelong burden. I work with Trek, and they give me hope because trauma responsive education is transforming how parents and caregivers and communities understand children's emotional needs. Their certification programs empower families to regulate, to co regulate, communicate in ways that heal the nervous system and strengthen resilience. And I find when parents learn to become a safe harbor, especially after separation or conflict, children start to recover, and that's so important. So, you know, alongside Promley and Trek, the trauma-informed work of Dr. Jamie Heisman and the Star Network Foundation shows that parents can really heal. When parents heal, children heal with them. And I've met countless families who were once in crisis but found their way forward through community and education and emotional support. And both our books provide that for parents. So I think what gives me hope is that, you know, we're no longer alone. We now have the science, the tools, the communities, organizations like Kids Need Both, Hope for Families Project, Promly, Trek, Star Network, and many others that have contributed to this anthology, working together to help families break the cycles of trauma and rebuild bonds that last. And families are stronger when surrounded by a village of support, as Ola articulated so wonderfully in his chapter. And today, that family really does exist with our communities.
Thank you so much, John, for so many things, for being an author and contributing through all of your personal lived experience, and being a big part of making this book project, bringing it to life and bringing it into existence internationally on the and we've already hit #1 best-selling. So we've in at least one of the categories. So I'm gonna pause for a second, and I know I've got a Joan here, but but Ola is popping in and out and from Nigeria, so I want to make sure that and Ola, we showed your video. Can you pop in? I was hoping he could at least say hi, like in real time. There we go.
I just actually go back and I've been listening to this important authors broadcast. Is huge, and I do appreciate everyone for your wonderful contributions. Let me first thank uh, the initiator of this anthology. You don't know yet what you've started. You don't have an idea yet. Because why I say that is because the importance of the family unit globally. You know, we all are a product of a family. And to resolve the issues we have currently in the world, it's not going to come from the top leaders. It's going to come from the bottom up. Because we've tried this for years, it doesn't work. Now, what I mean bottom up, I mean from the family unit to the macro society. And we are addressing issues that has created a huge problems for the world. what a time that we are able to be part of a generation that is solution oriented in terms of restoring the dignity of families. So when I saw the opportunity and having been working on the framework, which I call the operating system for a more purposeful world, since 2004, I I I just felt that this is going to work. And it took me years. The framework is fantastic. It is adaptable to any human system. But more importantly, I chose family as the first niche that I was going to apply this philosophy. And I don't know how this just come from the bloom. The universe has prepared me, and I got to know John, and now I come. It's just like this is fresh, this is new. The world needs it, and here I've been prepared for it. So I want to thank everyone. The chapter is great. Everyone has made tremendous contribution. And I can't wait to have a copy of the book in Nigeria myself, I can't wait because the going forward, I think aside of releasing the book as an Amazon, we could build a team in a quarter. We bring up some of these readers who have read the books, or something like a mini quarterly get together to review how this book is doing, those who have bought the book, how do we track them? How do we get a kind of we've like pour our minds into the world. How is it helping the world? How do we measure the impact of our contributions? These are the things, and we can then kind of split this into like maybe four different groups. This week we're going to look at this particular area. These people will be, it could also become like a revenue generation for the group. I mean, for families. When they want to interact with these authors one-on-one, you can create a platform. So I want to thank you. I just got back. I'm tired. I might not be able to stay long because I still have two other meetings today. But to be honest, I want to say kudos to everyone. I love what you do, and I'm happy to be part of it.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful having you as a contributor. It's brought a lot of value to the book, and we've never had an author from Nigeria to contribute. So thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Ola.
Thank you, Ola.
Thank you so much.
Glad you were able to make it.
Yes. All right, I'm going to pause this and start again. I'm stopping and starting the recording so we can have video segmented based upon interview. All right, our next author is Joan. And Joan, and I'm going to have John introduce Joan.
We're delighted to have Joan Klotz-Daniel as one of our contributing authors. Joan's the executive director of PAS Intervention and the PA Consortium, and she's written a phenomenal chapter to the book. So welcome, Joan.
Thank you.
Let me share her graphic. Your chapter is called Strengthening Co-Parenting and Family Bonds Through Resiliency and Executive Function Support. All right. I have, let's see, first question, what's the one message you hope your readers take from your chapter?
Probably that resilience is not something children like automatically have. This is something we have to build toward. And we can't do that in a divided family. You can't do that when parents aren't working together. The children just don't survive in transitions like this. They develop, and this is where they develop their executive functioning skills, their emotional strength to thrive. And the real payoff here is that children equipped to solve problems and regulate emotions, adapt to changes, and contribute can better contribute meaningfully to society. We are finding way too many children who are caught in these horrible custody conflicts are just drowning out in trouble and in trauma. In fact, there is a statistic that pretty much 90% of our mass murders are committed by people who were subjected to severe family conflict and custody issues.
It's so sad, and it's so true, because they've not really been able to, they know what dysfunction and conflict looks like, but they don't even know what it's like to have peace.
Correct.
And, I know that I've worked in the dependency area of court with foster children, and they experience that as well. They are not comfortable with calm.
No, and they psychologically split.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's a big part of it. When they're psychologically splitting, they can't even determine right from wrong.
Yeah.
And that critical thinking skill is just not there. And they need that to survive, not only in life, but even at a job. They need, and to be socially acceptable and to behave, they need that critical thinking skill, and they don't have it if they're being torn apart.
Definitely. So what is it? Why is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds so important right now?
We're at a really critical point where there is an increasing amount of research, and this research shows that the quality of a co-parenting relationship is one of the strongest predictors of a child's long-term psychological and emotional health. If they don't have this, they don't have the latter, that strong psychological and emotional health. Children, they're just experiencing at epidemic levels anxiety, depression, executive functioning deficits. And while there are other contributors, the one thing we do know is parental conflict and alienation are among the most preventable ones. So if we can strengthen the family, and this is going to help prevent those lapses. But also there's a growing misunderstanding that children are naturally resilient. No, they are not. They're dependent on what the messages they receive from their family and their parents. This affects their resiliency. So by strengthening a co-parenting, we're not just investing in the current family and the harmony that it can create, but we're breaking cycles of the trauma that is just destroying generation after generation. Literally, this is kind of an urgent matter if we want to have a safe world to live in, because these kids, they're the future of this world.
Gosh, that's so true. So true. It starts with us. I mean, you making a difference, and and just getting more and more people willing to be a committed stand for families to work. And they even say that, I know that back, which you focus on is what you expand. Like
Right.
there's talk about like the war on drugs. Some people say that it failed, but it was but we were focusing on squashing out drugs instead of illuminating sobriety. Maybe
Showing the
that's
positives of being
Mhm.
sober.
Yeah.
Showing, you're right. That is one example of addressing something in the wrong direction and having negative consequences.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you so much, Joni. Thank you so much for contributing, for all that you do. You're a great asset to our strategic alliance, and a great asset to this book project. And I appreciate you being part of it. And it's going to be another international bestseller.
hope so. And I want to thank you for putting this together and all the work that you all have done.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to pause this and then bring in our next author. There we go. All right. All right, so our next author is Andrew Faulkner. Andrew Faulkner, your chapter is called Roots and Wings. It looks like you're in a Starbucks. Thank you so much for doing whatever it takes.
Absolutely. I'm in a library actually, but yes.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, I appreciate that, and hopefully, and so I'm going to ask you a few questions. So, to share with us a little bit about the your contribution, and maybe what the thoughts were, what helped you in the process of, because I know writing is something that's a very subconscious processing kind of thing, and a lot of times it brings up things you didn't expect when you set out to write the chapter. But what is the one message you hope readers take from your chapter?
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things is that when we are beset with tragedy, that your story doesn't end there. It's very easy to get caught up and overwhelmed by that tidal wave of emotions and to sink down and spiral into this, you could say, this pit of despair, so to speak. And when you're in that sunken place, you get so overwhelmed to the point where you just give up. You give up on the things that you love. You give up on the things that bring you joy, the things that make you want to get out of bed in the morning. And it's not just family related things. We're talking your hobbies. We're talking it takes you longer to even take a shower just because you just don't like, what's the point anymore? So my chapter is mostly focused on rather than focusing on alienation or the damage that's causing, I'm focusing on what you can do once you reunite, because I think that it's important to know that your story doesn't end there, your chapter doesn't end there, that there's going to come a point in time where this too shall pass, and you need to be ready for building something new. It's the idea of the phoenix rising from the ashes, where you are going to, in spite of all of those challenges, in spite of all of those things that set you back, you have a chance to build something new and something unique. Yes, alienation puts you in a place where you're not going to get the relationship and the life and the parenting image that you had expected. Or if you're the child, you're not going to have the childhood you expected. But right now, you can do something. And I think that it's important to put the power back into the parents' hands, because the parents are in a position where they're like, family court has taken away my ability to be a parent. The other alienator has taken away my ability to be a parent. The child is not letting me be a parent. And so we need to put power back in the parents' hands. And one of the best ways to do so is to actively prepare themselves and to know what to expect once they reach that point in reunification.
And that's not an easy thing, as a targeted parent who has lost contact, a loving relationship with your child, due to no fault, of your own or perceived thought of. It's painful. It's one of those things where you're like, you feel like your whole life is put on pause, and you're like, oh, well, when that happens, then I'll do this. Um, it's, and yet what you're saying is you've got to go on. You've got to go on and prepare yourself, maybe prepare yourself for the person that you can be when they're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the way I like to frame it is we should show your child what courage looks like in the face of adversity. And I get it. That's an overwhelming ask and for many parents, they might scoff a little bit and be like, hey, you don't know what I've been through. And you'd be right. Um, at the same time, the alternative is to sink down deeper and deeper into that pit of despair. And when the alienated child's looking at two possible parents, the parent who rose above the challenge, rose above and beat that challenge, or the parent that, you know, folded and just wasn't able to rise up. I mean, I get it. It's a lot of like a lot of talk that you might hear in like the Rocky movies where, it's not about how hard you can hit, but how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. But at the same time, I mean, your child's going to look at one of those two versions of you, and you have to decide which version you're going to be. And if you choose to be the version that's stronger, that rises up, that maintains a certain level of positivity in spite of all the cynicism that's out there, your child's going to see that and be like, how in the hell are they able to do that? How, how is this possible? And you want to evoke that curiosity in your alienated child because that's one of those elements that's going to help them break through their alienation. And then, assuming they do, that's also what's going to help them find their own footing because, alienation doesn't end with reunification, it ends with healing.
Yes, I agree. It's certainly not easy, and it's hard to step out of the label of victim. As long as you're the victim, you carry on the victim label on your chest, you don't have any responsibility to take, you don't have to take ownership. You don't have to fix yourself. You can just kind of stew in it, in the soup of toxicity. But if you've refused to be a victim and say, yep, this happened, and what I'm going to do with it. That's the most important thing, is what are you going to do with it? And, I think each one of us in this book who've been personally affected by alienation realize we're not the only ones. And if we can somehow take our pain and channel it to purpose to help somebody who is in the darkness, we're no longer a victim at that point.
Absolutely. And it's something I've experienced myself. I was both an alienated child and also someone who was alienated from a sibling by the same alienator, after I broke away. And I too was in that position of I can't do anything until I reunite. I dropped out of college. I was working like a low paying job, just trying to scrape by while doing all of these different efforts to try and reconnect, and all of them failed. And I was pulling my hair out, trying to figure out how to do all of this. And I wasn't dating anybody. I wasn't doing anything with my life. And, 5 years went by and I had made no progress in my own self. I wasn't anyone more stable or more approachable when it comes to reuniting. And the most mind-blowing thing that happened to me occurred right after I read The Count of Monte Cristo, because that it's for those who have not read it, it's a revenge story about a guy who is falsely imprisoned and he takes revenge on the people that had hurt him. And right after I was reading that book, I felt like Alexander Dumas grabbed me by the collar and was like, Andrew, what are you doing with your life? You can go down this path of trying to uh, prove everybody wrong, prove that you can beat this trauma by force, or you can go out and live your life. And right after reading that, and right after making the decision to start living my life, I think about a year later, I had reunited with my alienated sibling. And because my approach had changed, because I was focusing on myself, I wasn't as needy. I wasn't clinging to whether my messages were being replied to or not. I wasn't calculating things. I wasn't trying to scheme up ways for them to communicate with me. And in doing so, my own energy changed and it paid off so much faster than I had ever anticipated.
Yes, I can definitely relate to that. I think all of us have met, or some of us have met a child, a needy, clingy child. I like to bring things down to the 5-year-old level. I always say that we are all a bunch of grown-up 5-year-olds because we have the same wants and needs as a 5-year-old. But the 5-year-olds are so like transparent. You can see those simple needs and wants of a 5-year-old because they haven't perfected the art of masking those things. And yeah, like, little 5-year-olds that are needy, you want to like push them away, which makes them want to need more of you. But it's the one that just sits back and accepts things the way they are and the way they aren't, that has you want to come and approach them.
Absolutely.
Oh, very good. Well, thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us and being part of this launch on Black Friday weekend, when so many people have family in town, so many people are shopping, and this is probably one of the busiest times of the year for people, but yet our authors have been so committed to this one united voice of helping people who are
Yeah.
experiencing child custody conflict, that you're here, and several of our other authors are here to talk about it. And Dawn, we've got #1 best-selling. So
Yes, and I wanted to add on to, I'm glad that Andrew's here, because we're starting to get more and more adult survivors that are speaking up. But Andrew brings a very strong, we have a lot of women that speak out. So we don't have as many of the men adult survivors. So Andrew definitely steps into that space. And I just wanted to call that out and say, everybody has a voice, and we want to support everybody's voice, regardless of gender. But the dynamics definitely affect anybody. Nobody's immune.
right.
And I think it's so appropriate, Andrew, that you're doing this interview from a local library. So, our book, as you know, has reached, a #1 bestseller. But our goal is for the book not only to be where it is now, housed at the Library of Congress, Volume 1 and Volume 2, but to see it, at all the local libraries in all the communities across the United States and around the globe. So I look forward to sending you a copy so you can present it to the library that you're at now, so that it's just meant for all families to use as a tool to heal. So thank you, Andrew.
Absolutely. Thank you for including me.
And I'm going to pause this.
So while you're pausing, I just want to say, go Big Blue, Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
Big day.
I wanted to talk about, speaking of libraries, we have in the library, we've applied to have our book marked in the Library of Congress, give it a number that allows it to expand beyond Amazon. Now booksellers can buy our book and put it on their bookshelves. Library of Congress now will curate these books that we've created into the Library of Congress, which is phenomenal. And we have someone who has already decided to use book #1 in their book club. And some of you, if you have a book club, definitely suggest bringing this book into the book club, because it would really spark some amazing conversations. All right, so I've got our next author is Carl Roberts. Carl Roberts, your chapter is called Split Smart, Not Hard. And I wanted to share a little bit of your background, because you've done a lot of curating of resources on your own with your own organization, but there was a special platform that you created with the as a I guess a heart project for this community. So thank you, Carl, for being part of this this anthology series. My question I have for you is, what is the one message you hope readers take from your chapter?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for including me on this. I greatly appreciate y'all and the hard work that y'all do. Pardon my Alabama accent, but it is, it's right there in the title. Right? It's split smart, not hard, and it's really as simple as that. Is kind of choose peace, not conflict, and that's what this industry, for lack of a better word, is built upon. It's built upon trying to have people choose conflict as opposed to what's best for them and choosing peace. And we all know all too well that it just takes one, right? And we can be doing all the right things that we want, but we can't control the other. And so it is in that sense that, I created, the Split Smart was inspired. And it is an online divorce organizational tool that, again, puts the guardrails where we want them. That's part of the challenge in these systems. And instead of putting the guardrails to reinforce everybody's path to a better and brighter and more prosperous future, the systems are absolutely greasing the skids to send us down to the low road for money. And so don't let yourself be sucked into that by the other or by the system is the purpose of Split Smart.
That you're right. It seems like the I work in the realms of family court and dependency court. And dependency court with the foster system, the goal, I think there's bad actors everywhere, but I would say that the dependency court, it's all about reunification. Even if a caregiver has been deemed guilty of abuse or neglect, their goal is to put measures in place to bring to resolve those problems that have kept them apart. So the goal of bringing them together. Family court, unfortunately, is motivated differently. It's, you hire an attorney, and attorneys are just, bulldogs that do what they do. They are about, they've been hired by a client to win whatever it takes. Unfortunately, you're not fighting over a company or a house or anything. You're fighting over a human being. And that human being, if not handled the proper way, you'll destroy that which is most valuable to you. It, is this child's vision of what their childhood was. So it's definitely got a split smart. It's my feeling is this, divorce is not the evil. It's the way that it's done, because actually divorce or separation can create completion of something unhealthy to allow some sort of a new healthy relationship to arise.
Well, as we all know, that kind of the money is the root of all evil type thing. But there's no money in prevention. There's no money in keeping families together or keeping both parents in the child's life. There's only money in conflict. And we could have a long discussion again about the child welfare system and dependency court. I certainly don't have the opinion that you do of its intent. I think that again, that's a whole nother story. But the chore is for, again, so when people kind of head down this path of divorce, I think my chapter is a little bit outlier within this book, is that most everybody else is kind of focused on post and healing and doing better with what's happened with you before. Mine chapter is more about the process itself. And where, again, I think one of the challenges for all of us is that we always reckon with is, how do we catch that person beforehand, right? You know, how do we catch them before it all goes off the rails? And the fact of the matter is, we just can't. I mean, because the people that are hearing us aren't necessarily are the good actors, so to speak, as opposed to the bad actors. They're going to just do their thing, right? And for whatever motivation that they have, they're just doing their thing. And what we want everybody to do is just to realize how much easier peace is than conflict, on not only your bank accounts, but your mentality, your psychology, and most importantly, your kids. But it is quite up. I mean, so when I talk about Split Smart and this tool to kind of keep you on that high road, on the high road to a better tomorrow, it is the guardrails of transparency and individual accountability. And if you can, so, and the problem is it takes two, right? And so one person can be transparent, one person can instill their own accountability, but unless the other one's participating, I guess that's one of the challenges of my tool. Unless the other is participating, then, it's kind of all for naught. But it's part of my push right now to kind of get more courts to adopt it from a pilot project perspective and see the merits of it, of the couples using this particular application to go through the process, and how much easier it is on the courts, on the judges, but most importantly on the families and the children.
I got you. So you're reaching out to the courts in your area in Alabama to get them to integrate it into as a pilot program?
Well, the accent's Alabama. I'm in Colorado.
Oh, that's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
All right. So now I'm clear. I was like, did I get it wrong? Because I thought you were doing Colorado.
Yep.
But then you said Alabama. See, your accent.
Yeah, it's I go home every once in a while, get it recharged.
I went to the University of Alabama, and I came home with an instant accent, and it took me a while to shake it.
You graduated from Alabama?
I went there for a few years, and then my dad got in an almost deadly accident, and so I transferred back to Central Florida in Lakeland.
Okay, well, after your show today, then you have to watch the Alabama-Auburn game.
Oh, yes.
It's at 7:30 your time.
Okay. All right. Noted. All right. All right. So what gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
I thought about that, and it is hard. I mean, again, it just really has to be, what has given me hope is my faith. And I think that's what, hopefully more people will turn to and lean on to give them hope, because you've got a great evil stacked up against you. It's not just the other person. You've got a system that profits on your pain. And yes, it's a hard hill to climb. And but people hopefully they'll find more comfort, more strength, more resilience, more power in their faith.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for joining us today on Black Friday weekend. I sure appreciate it, your time and all the ways that you've contributed to our strategic alliance and the book. And I see another person in the room and it's time for her to speak. So thank you, Carl. I'm going to pause this and I'm going to start it back up. And the next one is Real.
Rayal.
Wow.
Rael,
I'm
Rael.
gonna sit here and listen in on Rayal.
That sounds good. That sounds good. All right, Rael. You want to join us? I'm going to put you, I'm going to share Rael. Hey, I'm going to I'm going to show your beautiful picture. Rael is one of our authors, and her chapter is called Now I Know, Turning Pain into Purpose. Wow, we've been talking all morning about turning pain into purpose. So having your chapter be that as like right on point.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I was just going to put my background up. I didn't know if you were still live. I had to upload it.
Maybe a foreground too.
Oh, you're funny, Carl. Ironic.
All right. Well, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and ask you, you want me to give you a second to put it up there, and I can ask Dawn to give us the our statistics of how we're doing?
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
All right, I'll do that. All right. Dawn, go ahead.
So far on Amazon, if you go to the Hope for Families page, which we have QR codes on all of our corners. Which way am I going here? Over here? You could get to that page very easily. You can also do a search on Amazon. If you do a search for Building Bridges of Hope books, it should bring up the 2 books, because we do have, this is our second volume in the series now. So the first one's teal, the second one's purple, and we have received the #1 new release on Amazon. So we're already there, which is great. We're going to keep driving it and see if we can get #1 in several categories. The first category we received it in is trauma psychology, which totally fits. The conversations that we've been having all morning have touched on the trauma aspect of it. So with that, yeah, here you can see #1 new release. Amazon gives these flags out, and we don't know how or what their algorithm is, so it's completely up to them. And they put this on our homepage, which is fantastic. So with that, I'll toss it back over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been an exciting. We didn't exactly. Actually, it's been.
Oh my God.
I realized that being Black Friday, I was like, oh, it's Black Friday. This is going to be great, and everybody's off work and on vacation and stuff like that. And then I thought, oh, wait a minute. They're going to be shopping. They're going to be busy with families. They're going to be have so many distractions. So, I guess what I'm saying is all of those distractions, and yet we've already made international best-selling in one of the categories, and it came faster than in book 1. I do like this one. This book has been an amazing project of how do we make it better? How do we make it better than what we did the first time out of the box? And one of the things we did is John curated a whole bunch of resources in the back of the book. In fact, we had some professionals that said just that alone makes it worth getting the book, is having those resources, because I think all of us would agree that we all, and you're a targeted parent, you find yourself in child custody conflict or whatever, like you don't go to school for that to know what to do. And we've got that right in the book, along with stories of hope. So it looks like Rael is ready. Thank you so much. That looks awesome. That's a different background. That's cool. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. So Rael, what's the one message you hope readers take from your chapter?
I would say that the one thing that I hope that readers take away from this chapter is that there's a way to survive, right? And I didn't survive my experience because I was the strongest person in the room, but I started learning about this. And I think that knowledge and perseverance is the best way to get through this. And it makes it, I guess, manageable, that you can turn it into something of a purpose.
Awesome. Yeah, it makes a big difference. I think that's something that's resonates with me. I think from the very beginning of my own journey is that that allowed the pain and the trauma to, not just be a tragedy. Didn't make it made my life worth something. Because we all know that if it happened to us, it happened to other people too. And some people, they need somebody like us that can be the light in their darkness. Sure. So, why is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds so important right now?
Well, I think that we're living in a time when families are under extraordinary pressures, emotionally, legally, and socially. And I've seen firsthand how quickly this can escalate into systems that divide children from love instead of protecting them. And when co-parenting breaks down, it isn't just the parents that suffer. A lot of people talk about it's both of you guys and the conflict and high conflict, but really the issue is the children that carry that instability into every parts of their life. And now we understand the research that shows just how damaging that is to children forever. Strong family bonds are more than emotional. They are protective and they shape a child's sense of safety. So, right now, strengthening co parenting isn't about being perfect, but it is about giving children the stability that they need to learn and heal and grow and connected to both parents.
Awesome. For sure. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons that years ago I was the name that resonated with me for my organization was Kids Need Both. Because they get their DNA is, you know, is made up of two people, two and it's important for them to understand who both sides of themselves.
Yeah, that's
Um,
one of the first hashtags that I ever picked up when I came into this back in 2018 was kids need both. That's the first one I started sharing and started using all the time in sharing my story. So yeah, I agree with that. Kids need both.
I think for me, children, when a person becomes your enemy, your nemesis, this person that you're having to fight against just so that you can have a relationship with your child, it's so easy to see things in black and white, good and bad. And it's really hard to even acknowledge that there's any goodness in their other parent at that point. And in fact, to do so feels so confronting that you're like, I can't even see them as a human being because um, that, it's like there's this fear of weakness, of being weak by doing so. But I think it's important that we resist the urge to villainize the other parent in front of the child for sure, but also to see that the child um, doesn't need a perfect parent, like you said. A child needs to understand where they came from. And as long as, I know that the 50-50 equal shared parenting movement is just going like crazy in the different states, which I'm so happy for. And they always have the operative word of as long as it's the presumption of 50-50, meaning that as long as the child is not subjected to true abuse, neglect kind of things, let's do 50-50. Because you may hate the other parent at this point, but that child needs to know what's good about them on both sides. So they can understand where they came from. Our families are not perfect. And there's things we can learn from, the not so stellar sides of our family. We can learn compassion and understanding, and realize that's what I see inside of me as a positive, not necessarily a we
Negative.
don't have to just play whack-a-mole on our DNA.
Yeah, it's so true that, first of all, kids don't know how to hate. They learn how to hate. And they're learning that from the examples that they're given. And I would even argue, and this is my opinion only, that I don't think children hate their other parent at all. I think that they're surviving.
Yeah.
And that's just how damaging the trauma is that kids have to navigate a trauma rather than navigating love. And they need more love in this world than anything. So,
And
yeah.
the children, as we've all said, are a reflection of both parents. They have the DNA in both parents, and
Identifying as them. Yep.
and their childhood should not be determined by divorce.
Exactly.
It should be determined by, both parents who want the best for them and love them. So if you weren't able to make your marriage succeed, what you should be able to do for your children is make the divorce succeed and do what's best for the children that are, reflections of, both spouses.
Yeah, it's a tough subject because, having grown up in an evangelical home, it's like divorce is, not an option. It's, you stay together till death do you part. And, that was something that was ingrained in me. But I would say that's not the evil. The divorce, the separation is not the evil. It's the how you did it. And knowing that when you divorce, it kind of like puts the end to something that's not healthy so that something healthy can arise from that. Because, the children are still, you still have a family unit. And
That's what I learned. I didn't realize that at the time. I thought if we could just, live separately, it would be better for the kids to stay in that relationship. But you're right, it's not healthy.
Yeah, and they need to know, they even talk about, like, I'm sure that there's statistics about divorce, children of divorce. There's so many different skills that they've developed that children of intact families have not. And of course, we don't want our kids to learn a really great skill through trauma. We don't want that. But I guess the light out of it is that, they learn resilience. They learn how to navigate relationships, difficult relationships. So I guess that's the light in the whole, in a dark situation. I know one of the things that's, I think, is important is to educate yourself. Let yourself, if you're going through a custody divorce situation, I always highly recommend finding a coach, whether they're a paid coach or somebody who's just skilled in it. It's important to have someone alongside to help you navigate through these emotional spaces, because our brains kind of mine goes off the rails. I get emotional, then I can't think. I can't, and then I say things or do things that I wish I could take back. And that's where having a coach can help you to navigate those things, kind of like a coach, a football coach. Football coach does not play the game for you. Coach, they bring their wisdoms to say, oh, you could go this way, you could go that way. This would be the best strategy for getting to where you need to go. So that you're not sitting in the stew of all the what if this and what if that and stuff. So I definitely recommend that. Anybody, let's see here. What gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
What gives me hope for families that are struggling is that I see parents and families every day. And what I see is resilience that refuses to disappear even after this unimaginable loss. So it's not a random thing, right? It can happen, and I see it all the time, and it's hard. I've watched children that reach out and want that connection with a targeted parent after they have done something like they had a coach or they were able to work on themselves. Um, my own hope came when I stopped waiting for the system to save us. I started building something myself. You know, I learned what the term parental alienation was, and I said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need to learn everything I can about it. I need to deal with my grief. I need to deal with the anxiety. I need to have a coach. I need to have a therapist. I just needed all those supports because I just had to do everything that I could to do the best I could in this situation, right? I might not fix it for my family, but I certainly will make it better for someone else.
Right. Yeah, I think that's one of the hard things to do is, as having clients is you can't promise them the outcome they seek. All you can do is help them navigate through it, in hopes of, having that outcome of a loving relationship with their child. And I wish I could give that, make a promise of a happy ending for everybody. But that's not life, unfortunately. All right. Well, thank you, Rael. Thank you so much for joining us for this launch weekend and being part of the success of this book. We're going to be doing, we've got this book 2, and then we have book 3. We're going to be taking applications sometime after the first of the year for those who are interested in participating in book number 3. So, and in the meantime, you can use the QR codes that are on our screens and access, purchase the book number 2 and book number 1. But right now we're really pushing for book number 2 to get number 1 bestselling in multiple categories internationally. So just ask for everybody to share, and do their part.
Thank you so much for all that you guys do. This is a huge commitment that people probably don't realize how much of your life it's consumed but what a value it's given to other people. So I appreciate you guys all for the work that you're doing. And I encourage everyone to hopefully move up, move on, not move on, but move forward and keep going. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
And what's so appropriate, Rael, is, turning their pain into purpose. So you've been a great role model for thousands of mothers and fathers out there and grandparents dealing with this horrendous psychological abuse and showing that it can be done. So there is hope for families building bridges. And as we've seen, we're #1 new release for Amazon and #1 in trauma psychology. So hopefully during the course of the day that will grow and it's due to your contributions. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to pause this and then we're going to start back up so we can.
Are you guys showing this live? I was looking for it on Facebook Live. I didn't see it.
We were struggling with that technology.
Okay. Yeah.
We were trying to, and it just wasn't working for us. So we decided that we would record and do it in segments so that we could actually give the video segments out to the authors to promote themselves. We will turn it into a premiere.
Yeah.
So that it's presented as if live.
Okay, great.
Yep, we will have the full version to do that, and then we'll also have the individual spotlights, which will really be cool for each author to be able to share their own story, their own chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for
Thank-
being here. Great to
Yeah,
see you.
thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. I wanted to go on to
Oh, real quick
um,
too, before we get started, I want to make sure anybody that's in the audience, they can remain, they can stay, they don't have to drop off. So depending on their time frame and their availability, they're free to help support other authors as well.
okay. All right. I had right now I believe we're the only three in the room.
Yeah, we are the only three. Remco
So
Remco is due at he was 11:40 time period.
yeah.
And then Mark Roseman is at noon.
Okay. Well, I'm in the meantime. Let's go back and talk about let's see here. I want to interview Dawn. Dawn, you and I met some years ago
Are you
at an
recording?
event. Huh?
You want to record, right?
Yes. We had we met some years ago actually through
Mm-hmm.
Mark Roseman, Dr. Mark
Yep.
Roseman. And
Yeah,
hopefully
here in Tampa.
yeah. So in Tampa, I had one thing I haven't done is I should probably the authors give us a little background of who they are.
Mm.
I haven't really been doing that, but moving forward we will. So I have so Dawn, why don't you give us a little mini bio of who you are, and then we can talk about the book in a
Okay,
minute.
sure. So yeah, I have been working with you for several years. I think we kind of just, I don't know, once it happened, it just kind of took off from there. We do all kinds of stuff together, and working on with Kids Need Both and being on the board and helping you with a lot of those initiatives. But mini bio, I work in cybersecurity. I also own a company called Securing Everything, and when you hear more about my chapter, you'll probably understand a little bit more about why the company is named that. So yeah, I'm out here advocating for children and to protect their childhood so that they can be children worrying about child things instead of worrying about adult things. So they shouldn't be party to any kind of um, conflict, marital conflicts, or anything like that. So that's what I try to focus on and bring security to children into their little world. Their world needs to stay small for as long as it can, and they need to be children for as long as they can. So that's a little bit about me.
It's so true. Yeah, and I appreciate that. And you and I have talked about that, the need for getting into the school system
Hmm.
with what you're doing as far as cybersecurity, because and we didn't grow up in this technology.
No, and the kids know more than parents do, and even teachers. So they're already outsmarting us.
Yeah. That's and we don't know, we have no background to know how to protect them.
Right.
Because it's not something that we grew up doing. And that's why it's so important to educate them,
Hmm.
the children at the school level, because
Yeah,
it's kind of
and we have to add in the parents too. And this is my calling parents to attention. I'm not going to say I'll call them out, but I'll say I am calling parents to attention because the predators are using tools that your kids probably haven't started using yet, and you probably aren't using at all. So as long as predators have the advanced technology that children are going to start using at any time, because that's the nature of technology, where it's going to continuously evolve. We can't stop it, we can't pull it back, we can't change it. It's evolving without us at this point and at record speed. So AI brings in a whole new element, and the reason why I'm talking about this is because AI can be a predator. It can groom, it can have coercive control, it can do exactly whatever the child wants and needs, that's what AI is formed to do, is to make you happy with what input you're giving it. So this is another area that I think is important for, our collaborative, or at least my collaborative contribution to anything I do. I always try to touch on why we have to get ahead of these things now, and why we have to, as parents, work on our own operating system, which I'll talk about more when we talk about my chapter. If we're all operating in an area, that's technically your operating system. So how are you keeping that operation, or that operational mechanism, safe and secure within your own mind? So yeah, I mean, our minds are really where that's our control center. That's where that's the security operations goes on right here.
Man, I know it. I know it. Oh my God. I know what you're talking about. I was thinking about technology wise years ago, many, many years ago, I decided to go to a program to learn web design. And my instructor said that the best developer, and this was back in 2001, the best web developers are in the porn industry.
Mhm.
They know, and this was back, 25 years ago. And it was because they know how to navigate, get past the doors, the guardrails. They know how to zip around and get back to their intended audience.
Yeah.
And I thought that was interesting.
And now they have AI to help them do that even easier.
Yeah. I mean, I think different ones of us have known of someone who's been, a victim of some sort of fraudulent scam.
Yeah.
And it's
And I
become
bring
so
up
much
AI,
easier.
but I also want to make sure everybody knows that I'm very pro AI. I love what AI does. I love what we can do with AI as a tool. But I also am aware of what bad actors can do with it. So when I talk about it, I don't want to condemn AI, and I don't want people to not use AI. We have to. Parents have to, because your kids are using it. So you need to know what your kids are capable of doing and parent them and guide them. And you can't do that unless you're ahead of that. So that just kind of ties it all in together with this collaboration that I'm contributing to, and thinking about kids in two houses with two sets of rules. So
Boy, that's a well, we know that the navigating when it's awesome if we have two parents who are on the same page in agreement.
right.
But in this situation, and in fact,
Yeah.
even in intact homes, it might be a situation where one parent is
Manipulating. Yeah.
manipulating the other parent really has no voice.
And then you have
So,
this overcompensation too, where especially in families that aren't intact, a lot of times we as parents tend to overcompensate because we want our kids to be happy, feel happy, appreciate their time with me. I want them to enjoy time with me, so they want to keep coming, those kinds of things. So we overcompensate and we go real big sometimes. And this is the same problem with the internet. You cannot overcompensate by laxing on the rules, because the internet is not a playground, it's a dive bar. It's really
that's crazy. I've never thought about that, but it's true.
yeah.
It's a dive bar. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm still trying to share the thing and I'm not having any luck.
I've been doing screenshots and sharing every now and then.
Okay, good. Well, this is a little frustrating for sure, trying to share it. So I continue to do it. But either way, we're recording. And in fact, I think let's take a pause since it's just the
Do a
three of us.
real quick, do you want me to just do a little synopsis about my chapter?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
So I basically kind of explained a little bit about the cybersecurity element that I bring to it, because I mean, it is ingrained in me, and security is like my world. So from hypervigilance clear into the corporate world, we are always seeking to be safe and secure as children, and it doesn't stop when you've lived a life that is full of trauma. Then everything is about security, even into your adulthood. So I use these terms in my chapter to explain the mechanics of the trauma in another way that may help people. Let's remove the family concept from it for a second, and let's talk about an operating system. We all have computers. Computers have Windows, they have Mac. There's an operating system, and that system has to be functioning and needs to be maintained and it kept safe by having antivirus. We're worried about, are we going to be hacked? Do we have the admin rights to be able to make something happen or to prevent something from happening? So that's like parent controls, but we're talking about an operating system. You have to have the recovery ability in an operating system if something goes wrong. And that's where we're kind of falling short, because we have parents who have also suffered a trauma, and kids are going through a trauma. You cannot repair an operating system with a jeopardized system in the first place. So how are we showing up to help children navigate through this, let alone if we can't navigate through it as ourselves? So what I want people to take away from my chapter is, you have to stop defining yourself as a victim of alienation. And you need to start defining yourself as a leader for your family. You're the architect. And that's what my chapter is on, is being the architect. And when your child does return to you or is watching from afar, because believe it or not, if you don't think that's happening, you need to stop and rethink that, because they are going to be watching you from afar. They're going to either be collecting evidence or secretly, just out of curiosity, getting to know you. I would much rather them be curious about you than collecting evidence. So they don't want to see a parent's broken heart, waiting to be saved, waiting for the day that they walk back in. They need to see a strong, healthy, aligned parent who is ready to lead them. And you cannot lead from the back. You have to be out there in front of this, healing yourself, because that's what you need them to do. If you need them to heal, then you have to heal first, because you are the example. So stop waiting for your kids to return and start healing and taking action. And that's where my chapter is going to walk you through how to do that. Either whether or not you're a targeted parent or an adult survivor, it can be applied across the board from any kind of trauma even.
And you become a beacon of hope, for your children,
Absolutely.
which is so important to.
And a safe place for them to land, because when they do come back, that first impression is going to get you the invite to the wedding, or maybe from when the baby's born, you'll be there to welcome them home. You want those residual invites, not just the one for lunch someday. You want the repetitive invites. So you got to get past that first one by being safe for them to come to.
Thank you,
That's
Don.
right.
Yep, absolutely.
Boy, it's so true. And sorry, I'm trying to bouncing between keep thinking that maybe we're live, but I'm not sure.
Oh no.
I don't know. Okay, if either of you could check, that would be great. Yeah. Maybe I'll just try a different
Did you go to Kids Need Both?
I took it to the book.
Oh, okay.
It's the Hope for Families book project. Post on the timeline.
Here, I got it.
So yeah, if you can check that, that would be awesome.
For some reason, I am not loading that page. If I'm loading other pages, just not that one. Let me try a different browser.
But there was an event created, for it. So I don't, when I go to the events page, I don't see anything there at all on.
Oh, can you go live from the events page?
I don't know.
I don't
You
know.
might be able to. Yeah, it's not loading from any browser for me. I don't know why. Let me go into Edge. I don't use that one, so maybe that will be.
I don't either. I'm going to try the Kids Need Both webpage or Facebook page.
I need to get something to eat. I haven't eaten yet. Ew. I have to log into Facebook on this one.
Well, Mark Roseman was supposed to be here at noon.
Let me stop the recording. I'm gonna stop the individual recording. And then we'll start it up and again.
I'm gonna go grab something I can nibble on really quick.
Okay. Let's see. I'll try it with my Kids Need Both page. Streaming software. Stream key. Wait a minute. Copy. Key. Server URL. streaming URL. Live streaming page. Hold on. That, and I think it's the server URL. Copy. All right, we're going to try this one. To live stream. What? I don't have permission. Oh my God.
Maybe it's easier just to forget it, Danica, then you don't have to have the pressure.
Well, I figured that since we're sort of in a down spot right now, like I could probably do it.
So we're number 1 in 2 categories, right? As you said.
We are?
No, I mean, just you had said number 1 is new release, and then number 1 trauma psychology.
I guess, yeah, we probably could consider it like that. So it says number 1 new release is the flag, and then it says in trauma psychology. So I don't know. Let me see what's going on out here. We're still number 4 in separation and family law, or divorce and separation.
I'm going to admit Carolyn Clicker in.
Yeah, give me a second here. Oh, wait a minute. This one is, hold on.
Hey, Carolyn.
Good afternoon, John, Danica, and Don. Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I sent you just now a Zoom background as an elective if you wanted to use it. It's kind of like similar to our backgrounds. I sent it to your email, Carolyn.
All right, John, let me take a look. All right, I see it. How do I move it into my Zoom?
So if you go to, I think if you go to your Zoom settings where you can blur or you can, add an image, you'd add that to your
Choose a video filter.
Yeah, so it should be, you don't want to blur it, but you want to add an image to
Adjust background and effects.
but there's a little plus button where you can upload an image, and that's where you'd upload it.
Got it. Okay, so guess I need to download the image first. Let's see. All right. So, okay. Yeah, John, I think it would save time if you could, you know what? I will do this. I've got to forward this to my other email. Yeah, bear with me.
We're okay. We have some time.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm having breakfast right now.
Awesome. I haven't gotten there yet.
I haven't either.
Hmm. Hmm. Waiting for that email to come through. Got it. Okay. Probably have too many things open. It's delaying a little. Got it. All right. Now, add image.
We had interviewed Carl Roberts earlier this morning, and one of the questions that Danica had asked him is, kind of what has gotten him through, his adversities, and he hasn't read the book at all. Your chapter, and what I thought was interesting was, his faith. He clearly said, his faith, got him through that. Which was nice because it kind of strings along, some of the reflections that Anne O'Keefe Rogers articulated in her chapter, and certainly your chapter is heavily focused on that. So
Thank you, John. So somehow
that looks perfect. It looks
I
great.
am flipped.
Awesome.
Yay! You
But
did
I
good.
mean, it's backwards.
No, for you it is.
Yeah, but for us, it's
It is
perfect.
for you. But it's for us, it's the
Okay.
correct thing. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I know Dawn's off camera. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Oh, here we go. All right. She's sort of off camera. There, her hand is on camera. All right. Okay.
It's gone off on I'm trying to get it to move.
So basically, are we covering the three questions?
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were sort of taking a break when you popped in because we were trying to figure out, because we were not able to do Facebook Live. The technology is not working for us today. So we're recording on Zoom, and then we're going to take the videos and make it a live premiere so that so it's out there after we do all the interviews. We're gonna push it out that way. All right, ready? I'm at 3, 2, 1, and okay. All right, and let's see here. Dawn, you got us recording on your end too? Okay. All right. So welcome back to the amazing marathon, the book launch for Building Bridges of Hope. This is an amazing, this is book number 2 of our anthology. We did last year, we did book number 1, became international best-selling Dawn is our statistician. She's the one that's keeping track of when we hit #1 best-selling in it and in what category. And last year we've already surpassed the #1 best-selling. We got it done in a fraction of the time last year. What's really amazing is this is Black Friday, and we thought, well, we realized there's so much competing for the attentions of people on Black Friday, with family, with shopping and sports and all that. So for us to become #1 best-selling is a huge, huge accomplishment, for considering what we did last year. And we've improved the book this year in that we've got 22 authors contributing. Last year we had 18. We also have added certain sections in the book and more importantly, we've added a huge resource section in the back of the book. And many of our advocates and partners have said that alone makes it way, way, way valuable, because anybody who finds themselves in this situation of child custody conflict, that's the first thing that they need is resources, and they don't know where to look. So we're going to interview Carolyn, and as one of our authors. I want you to, Carolyn, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to come and help be part of this book launch and help us to become #1 best-selling on Amazon. And first of all, I wanted to ask you, give me a little bit of background of who you are, so that our viewers can understand who you are, and then we'll talk about a little bit more about your chapter.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to collaborate with so many wonderful and professional hearts that are focused on helping families. I'm a Catholic divorce healing coach, and I'm the founder of Abounding Joy Ministry, which serves men and women who are navigating marital stress, separation, or divorce. And my work really grew out of my own experience as a child of divorce and later walking through a painful 30-year marriage breakdown. And God really transformed that journey into a calling to help other people to find peace and deep spiritual healing. And so Abounding Joy offers a blend of faith-based coaching and mediation style communication tools and emotional healing resources. And we partner with parishes and dioceses to support individuals and to strengthen families and to provide a compassionate response to the isolation that so many Catholics feel when their marriages struggle or fail. And really, at its heart, Abounding Joy it exists to help people encounter healing, to help their families, and to find Christ's love in the middle of their pain, and really to discover that hope, reconciliation, and new life are always possible.
Well, that's wonderful. I know many of us have struggled, who came from a faith community, have struggled to feel sort of alone and isolated, and especially if it's in a high conflict kind of custody situation or separation, there is that experience of the community not necessarily being a safe space for them to turn to for resources.
Exactly.
So, and yeah, I'm not committed to that. I'm committed that I think that through education, and even maybe some training, in with some of those, the lay community in the churches, that they are given the resources to support families going in crisis. Because really, where are you gonna turn if you're going through divorce, or child custody situations? Your church family should be a safe place to go to.
Yes.
So what's the one message you hope readers will take from your chapter?
Yeah, great question. So I would say the core message of my chapter is that healing and cooperation are possible, even in the midst of separation or divorce. And, parents don't have to, and they're not going to agree on everything to give their children a peaceful and grace-filled home. They just need to lead with charity and clarity and emotional balance. And when we choose humility over hostility, and when we put the child's well-being over above our hurt, it opens the door to better communication and healthier patterns. And so even small shifts like good boundaries, better listening, a prayer before speaking, all these can dramatically reduce the tension in our families. And I want readers to walk away knowing that their choices can break cycles. They can protect your children and can create a legacy of love. And there are so many resources available out there to help with that.
Yeah, we had an author in our first book who worked with her faith community. Do you remember that, Dawn? Oh, I'm gonna forget. She's from she is in the Jewish faith, and that was her thing, is to make sure that she
From book
provided
one?
support system. Yeah, supports. I'll tell you, got the book right here.
Hey.
You
It's
got it.
hold on. Oh, Adina Leibowitz. Now, see, I can't even see there.
There you go.
Adina Leibowitz. She wrote some amazing stuff. She's also a mediator and a coach that works within her own faith community to provide healing. So they are there, but I'll tell you, it was my experience that it's taken a while for even the mental health community to really be solidly educated on parental alienation and all the underhanded, the kind of, the nastiness of child custody conflict and the ruthlessness of all of that happening. Even the mental health community, we found we had to educate them on what to look for and what you do about it. And especially in the religious, I know for me, I used to teach a Bible study at my church. It was an 8-week study written by Ron Deal, and it was called Smart Step Families. And I found it was an amazing curriculum, but I also found that the church, it was a little it was uncomfortable for them to allow, maybe it was just the acknowledgement of divorce.
It's hard.
In the
Yeah.
faith community.
It is, because we want to think that through our faith that divorces don't happen. And, marriage being a sacred covenant, that, when we go to the altar and we say, until death do us part, for better, for worse, we don't want to be in a situation where we're having to face that, that marriages, the marital relationships are not surviving. And so that's part of the work that I've been doing, is to create awareness and to say, we know what the ideal is, we know what God's plan for marriage is, and right now we need to minister and accompany people before, during, and after divorce, before hoping to save marriages, which, sometimes that happens, thank God. But sometimes, 50% of people who divorce or more are, really don't want that. And 50% of people aren't in control of that divorce happening. And so, there's at least 50% that need ministering to, or maybe are open to ministering to, and the others, part of them as well.
Yeah, It's interesting because, you know, having friends who are not in this, who've never, they're in an intact marriage, everything's great, and a lot of times they just don't know what to do. They don't know to how they should feel about us essentially being in the divorce space. Um, they really don't want to even acknowledge that, like, you know, it doesn't happen. They don't want it to happen, but you're right. The statistics, are right there. And the fact of the matter is, you know, divorce, it's the, the trauma, the sin is not necessarily in the divorce. It's in the, uh, how did you go about it? Who is traumatized, by how you managed it? Because what I truly believe is that if you split harmoniously, that leaves space for a future reconciliation in a healthy way to kind of like rebuild the home on, you know, in a healthy way. Because you're going to be co-parents.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I always tell people this person that you're not getting along with, you are going to be doing business with them for the rest of your natural life when you have children together. So let's try to create some amicable relationship, even a civil business type relationship. The business is the raising of the children in the healthiest way possible. So, you know, a divorce, they think, oh, as soon as I'm divorced, I'm rid of this person. No, that's not the way we need to think about it because they are a co-parent and we can't erase them.
that is so true. I know that, you know, I've worked with, clients who it is really quite sad because they do what they think that is right. They hire an attorney, but an attorney who is, you know, I remember, like, was in the initial filing for divorce, they said, we want every possession, 100% of the kids. Like, I mean, just think about
Mm,
everything. And that's what their demand was, is everything and you get nothing.
mm,
And, you know, when I talked to the client, I said, did you write this up? Well, my attorney said that this had to be included. And I said,
mm.
well, how did that work for you? Well, it caused an instant distrust with his co-parent, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um, you've already, it's hard to, you know, to put that back, take that away and bring it back. I mean, once it's said, it's said. And
Mhm.
so sadly, now he's, you know, they end up in an uphill climb just to get back to the way it was before that, before the attorney kind of
Mhm. Yeah.
said what they said.
That is such a sad situation, and it's not uncommon that whatever problems the couple had before divorce, once attorneys get involved, the acrimony and the ugliness just, you know, increases so much. And that's why I created one of the tools, which is an open door invitation, because sometimes the communication has broken down so badly that they can't even talk to each other. And so I'm, you know, trying to bring them back together with some safe beginnings to create a bridge, a bridge of hope and a bridge of communication to reestablish communication, not only for the good of them, you know, the husband and wife, but especially for the children.
Mhm. So so why do you think strengthening co-parenting and family bonds is so important right now in society?
Yeah, I think strengthening family bonds is essential because the family is the first community where a child learns trust, love, and learning their identity as God's beloved child. Um, Pope St. John Paul II said that the family is the basic cell of society, and when that cell is healthy, then children flourish and society flourishes. And so even when parents are no longer together, their ability to remain united in purpose gives children the stability and the safety that they need to grow emotionally healthy and spiritually and even academically. And strong family bonds reduce the conflict and anxiety and the long-term wounds. And they are, with the children, they often are very long-term. And ultimately, when we nurture those relationships, it's an act of stewardship. We are literally shaping the hearts and the futures of the children that God has entrusted to us. And that is a sacred duty. And it's something that I think is worth my time to contribute to. And as all of the co-authors have contributed to, it is really no greater work than this.
Absolutely, 100%. So what gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
Well, hope is a virtue. It's a theological virtue. It's so important. And two things really gives me hope for families. There's greater awareness and there's more effective tools. So, first of all, I'm seeing so many parents choosing healing over hostility. And I see this every day in my clients. More and more moms and dads are recognizing that they have a part to play and that they're willing to put the work in to grow and to learn to communicate better and to protect their children's peace, even when it's difficult. And it is very difficult. There's no doubt about that. And I also see a growing openness to faith-based support and to coaching and community, which gives families real tools for navigating the conflict and to do so with virtue and emotional maturity. And every day in my ministry, I witness hearts that are softening, co-parenting relationships improving, and therefore children thriving as their parents work together. And secondly, the tools, there's so many more resources out there today, like this book is going to be a beautiful resource, a very effective resource for families in the work that so many of the co-authors are doing. And with Abounding Joy, there's coaching, there's workshops, support groups, webinars, and content to really help support and heal struggling families. And above all, I have hope because the Holy Spirit is always at work. He's quietly restoring, reconciling, and renewing families in ways that only God can.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being part of our launch, being part of our book. And yeah, just so grateful for you. Grateful for
Thank
you.
you,
You represent
Danica, Don, and
Yeah.
John. Thank you all for the important work that you have done in bringing together all of these great co-authors and in living your lives, putting all that effort in to really try to strengthen families. And I just am so grateful for all of you. Thank you so much.
We're glad to have you as part of this chapter. I think, or this book, it's important to bring people with the different backgrounds and different experiences because somebody out there needs to hear your voice. And that's what's great about collaborations like this is it's one book, but it's such a resource for anybody reading it. They're going to be able to relate to some or many of the authors that are in this book. And it really brings a lot of that the resources, but a lot of those experiences that someone can really say, hey, that's me. And I identify with that. And now I know what to do. Now I have a name. Now I know who to call. And that's what's brilliant about what you're doing. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
And you're truly, an architect of change, helping families, not only Catholic families, but, all faiths, from around the world. So your development of what you're doing, for Build a No Life workshop and the tools that you represent and you bring to this book are going to have an impact on so many readers. So we're grateful for your contributions, Carolyn. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you.
Okay, I'm gonna pause the recording and start it up again. Before I start up, do we want, what was the next segment? We want to do another just talk about the numbers, what we're doing, what our statistics look like. Do you want to share your screen, Dawn, with
Nothing's changed yet. It's the same.
Okay. All right.
So
yeah.
I've been sharing it on social media too, with some
Thank you for
screenshots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because mine is not doing it that great.
And will I be able to receive a copy of this video?
Yes.
Yes, we'll upload it to the to your author folder, the different videos, because we have them segmented out
Yeah.
by stopping and starting. But Dawn is doing a continuous video that to try to push it out there as a premiere on social media.
So we'll be able to start the whole thing again, and then people can watch it even tomorrow or days afterwards, and still try to push for #1 in other categories as well.
And you gave some great, responses to your questions. So, I mean, I could see that, easily weaved into your Facebook, followers, Carolyn, because I mean, it applies to them, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, because I'd like to link a post to my segment as well as, the overall one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're just like technology is hate it, love it, and hate it.
Let's change that to the platform. the platform was not participating.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I ordered some Amazon books today, so
okay,
those are
awesome.
Being counted, and so great.
Nice.
All right. Well, thank you, Danica, Don, John. You guys are awesome. I just want to say one quick thing. Some of us, maybe not all of us, are sort of alone as an individual in doing the work that we do. And to open the door and to be able to collaborate with some of you, it really creates a lift for me personally. John has been incredibly helpful to me and encouraging. And, we need each other. We're not created to be islands and to be on our own. And so I think the collaboration, you probably, with or without knowing it, have created lift for 22 people, and in their efforts are going to expand and accelerate, even in just giving them encouragement. So thank you for all of that.
Trickle effect.
It is
putting drops out there.
Yeah, we saw this. It became very apparent in our book #1 is that we have two general audiences. We have the authors, or the soon to be published authors, that it was our job to guide and coach and nurture them to create their best work that expresses the feelings and the hard-won wisdom inside of them. So there was that. And then there's the reader. The reader is the benefit of all of this nurturing these authors. And it's like two different outcomes. It was very important for us. Our commitment was that we didn't need to put more negativity in the space. We wanted to bring hope. Bring hope to our authors so that they could express themselves in a healthy way. Also, in some of these, the journey of writing the chapter caused for some people, caused them to think about things they never really thought about before, and create some healing in themselves.
Yeah.
But, either way, like as far as the published book for the reader, we are committed that even if an author's child read that book and read that chapter, we wanted to make sure it brought them hope, or, that it didn't. And that was very important, high on our list, to make sure that no child is hurt by the words.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah, very good. All right. All right. Well, I'm sure you're off on to the next person here. So I think I'm going to leave you to it, and and wish you all the best, and God bless all of your efforts.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations too.
Thank you, and to you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there we go. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so glad you could join us for our big book launch marathon. We are, just so you know, Sharon, I should announce, this is Sharon LaPointe. Sharon LaPointe is we've actually done some co-authoring in the past in creating courses and so forth. So, and we've also written in another collaborative book series. But I want to share the spotlight. So here we go. Sharon, your chapter is called Rewriting the Rules, a Practical Path Through Divorce for the Self-Represented. One of the things that we've co-authored together is a course for the do-it-yourself divorce process, and it was an amazing journey, because I want you to share a little bit of your background of what gives you the expertise to help that pro se litigant to go through the divorce process from a self-generating context.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm driving, so forgive me. So I graduated with my bachelor's degree in legal studies back in the 90s, and became a paralegal. And I was a paralegal for 14 years. And I worked with attorneys when I first started, and they weren't very nice. Talk about being criticized for every little thing you do. So I broke out on my own and just started helping people that wanted to represent themselves, because they really couldn't afford the attorneys. And not that I'm against attorneys or anything like that. It's just that a lot of people don't realize that they could do this on their own and not have to pay the exorbitant cost of an attorney. And really all they really wanted was just someone to listen to them and guide them. And that's what I considered myself to be. And through when I opened up my own paralegal business, I also became a volunteer certified Supreme Court mediator. And I did that for about a year. I owned my own paralegal business, and I helped hundreds of people file for a pro se divorce on their own, which was extraordinary to see just to see people. There was so much gratitude in that. Just doing simple motions. I did not just divorces. I did so many other things, modifications, child support, paternity, you name it. I pretty much did it. And I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, I think that's about it, Danica. I mean, over 14 years, and it was probably one of the most gratifying roles that I ever actually did, because I'm a professional realtor and broker, and I got more gratitude helping people guide them through the divorce process than I do selling a house.
You kind of act sort of as a therapist.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a lot of a great journey. A great service because there's not that many there are programs out there that are do-it-yourself divorce and stuff like that, but it's been my experience that first of all, if you go through the courts, they're do-it-yourself. It's a nightmare. What are some of the things that people ran into that try to do it themselves and they go in the courthouse and they walk away with a 2-inch binder of documents? What's that experience?
Well, overwhelm, not knowing what paperwork they actually needed, because how frustrating it is to complete the forms and then go back and be told, well, you're forgetting this, you're forgetting that, you didn't include this, you didn't fill out your paperwork correctly. So I really think it's a deterrent to have that big, thick packet for people, because they don't, attorneys and judges feel that individuals like us that are not licensed are more of a harm to the community than a help, which really is the other way around. Because well, as a paralegal, I think I got paid $300 to do a divorce packet, whereas some people experienced $100,000 bill, or even $20,000 to do a divorce. So all they really wanted was guidance and someone to listen to them, without judgment and without, really without the drama and the chaos that goes with having an attorney, because attorneys work off a conflict. They make more money off a conflict. And, even if you say that it's a uncontested and both parties are going to sign, you still are looking at around $5,000. And for some people, that's a big chunk of change.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think that, there's not too many people when you find yourself in the courthouse trying to work things out. I mean, people don't go to school for it unless they become a lawyer. They don't know where even to start. And
Yeah.
that fear, it becomes fear-based. Everything is, and then of course, when you're dealing with the loves of your lives, your children, the thought of losing them, again, more fear comes in, that that adds to the potential explosion of I love that you do these courses that help educate people, empower people and you simplify the process and say it's, let's break it down. It's not that difficult.
That's true. And that's a key right there. I found that these individuals, because of the overwhelm that was settling in, all it would have taken them is just read the paperwork, and they didn't want to read it, right? Because of that overwhelm, they couldn't follow along. And I know I've been there too. There's some things that I just do it for me. I'm willing to pay you to do it because I just can't process this right now with the grief that I'm experiencing and the upset I'm experiencing. I don't have time, right? That was another thing. I just don't have the time, and I work full time, and I can't do this on my own, right? So it's really like holding hands and just guiding them. I was a hub. I considered myself a hub where people would flow in and flow out, and I was so surprised because after their hearing, everything went smoothly. They did exactly as I shared with them to do, and they had no issues, because they don't realize that when they get in front of a judge, if the judge feels that they don't know what they're doing, the judge can stop it right then and there and say, go hire an attorney. And then they lose their filing fee. They lose all the time that they put into it. And now that things are online and they can upload their documents through the e-portal system, it's even more easier for them to do.
I had so what's one message you hope our readers will take from reading the book and in your chapter around self-empowerment, taking your fate into your own hands? What do you want them to take away from that?
Anything is possible.
Mm-hmm. that
Anything is possible.
I think that sometimes some people are afraid. They're afraid of going, well, there's a couple things. It's the ignorance that brings the fear. It's the ignorance that I don't know what I'm doing. So now I'm afraid that I'm going to do the wrong thing. A lot of people don't realize that lawyers can offer limited scope legal services, to consider that the value of a lawyer is their arguments in the courtroom, not the paperwork that they generate.
Correct.
And people don't know that. They're like, well, it's a package price of 10 grand to get a divorce. I'm like, wait a minute. A lot of it is knowing the questions to ask. And
it's workability too, Danica. It's all about communication with your partner. Okay, so we can't make it work anymore, or we don't want to make it work anymore. So if we're gonna end this, let's do this together. Let this be the one thing that we can do together and end it peacefully, without it costing us, everything that we've built by giving it to the attorneys. You have to have workability. That's why when you represent pro se litigants, that's the one thing. They don't have to have an attorney if they can come together. They might not have been able to come together in their marriage, but maybe they can come together in their divorce.
But have you had clients where you've seen that because they chose this route instead of that it could have gone completely off the rails?
Yeah. I found that the person that I was doing the paperwork for, I took on being their committed listener. And by doing that, they were more open to the communication. But they got to see like what the alternative was going to be. And so they were committed to having it work out without it getting ugly. And so whatever they might have been resisting, in the beginning, they were able to let that go. So I think a lot of the times with the pro se litigants, they really want it to work and to be amicable. And there's some people that it's just not going to happen that way. But, I think having a coach is the biggest thing right there.
Yeah, 100%. Totally agree with that. So what gives you hope for families who are struggling today?
What gives hope for families who are struggling today?
Yeah, what gives you hope for the families who are struggling today? Is there hope?
Absolutely. Although, on an ontological level, I don't consider hope as, how do I say this? Hope is a beggar to me, right? What I look at is that you're creating a possibility for your life and for your future self. Mm-hmm. And if you really want something, it's going to take you to be in action. Hope isn't going to, you can't sit back and just hope that it happens. You gotta do it, and you gotta be willing. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Hope is not an action.
Correct.
So, hope is a feeling, but it has to, in order for it to be powerful, it has to have action and intention, like creating possibilities for what's possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I get that people inside of that the feeling, like you said, hope is a feeling that it is possible. So
yes, absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us while you're on the road.
Did I make sense? Did that land for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. And yeah, and it's something that I had not really been putting into my other interviews, is asking people a little bit of their background, because that's the whole context for why, we're creating these chapters and sharing our wisdoms, is, our background our professional background. So,
Danica, would you agree that everything is a mindset?
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely. Got to have that. So, all right. Well, thank you so much. Be
Thank
safe
you.
on the roads.
Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I don't stop there. There we go. All right. The next one that we are presenting, the next author is Dr. Alyse Price-Tobler. Her chapter is titled "The Psychology of Family Bonds: Clinical Diagnosis, Misinterpretation, and Survivor Trauma from High Conflict Family Court." She's just an amazing human being, and she's out of Australia. And so she's created a video to share with us, because right now it's the middle of her sleeping.
She's not awake yet.
I figured, but she did want to participate. Yeah, she's been amazing. Okay, so go ahead, whoever. There we go.
Hi, everybody. G'day from Sydney, Australia. My name is Dr. Alyse Price, and I work in the parental alienation, high conflict, child psychological abuse space. And I've been asked to do a short 10-minute video just with regards to the book which is named Building Bridges of Hope. It's volume 2. So I just want to thank Danica and Dawn and John for allowing me the opportunity to be involved in the book again. So they were kind enough to offer me the opportunity in volume 1. And here we are again talking more about one of the subjects that's very close to my heart. So I have a twin PhD in adult child survivors of severe level parental alienation. That was my first PhD, and my second PhD that belongs in the same set is on the mental health practitioners who treat the adolescent and adult child survivors and what treatments they use and how we utilize them in family court is very, very important to me. So I just wanted to go through 3 of the questions that I was asked. So if you just bear with me and I'll start that. So let's have a look. Question 1. What is the one message you hope readers take from your chapter? So if I could ask readers to carry only one message, it would be this. Family bonds are not broken by disagreement. They're broken by misdiagnosis. In high conflict family court matters, children are often viewed through the lens of having a choice, preference, or alignment. But when a child shows splitting, borrowed, or rehearsed language, erasure of a positive history within the family, or a lack of ambivalence towards a safe, loving, and emotionally available parent, that's not a preference. It's an attachment disruption. An attachment disruption is a form of child psychological abuse. And often we call it related to parental alienation. That's the layperson's term that we use. So let me keep going. So the great danger in these cases is not a lack of evidence. So it's a misunderstanding of the evidence. So when professionals draw conclusions from narratives instead of observable behavior, the court can inadvertently reinforce the trauma it is meant to actually prevent. So a rejecting child is not autonomous. They have no autonomy. They're being conditioned. It's a big red flag. Once we read behavior through an attachment lens, then the presentation transforms completely. So when we understand the behavior, the child stops looking really difficult and they start looking traumatized. And a traumatized child does not need any interpretation. They need protection, they need assessment, and they need a diagnosis. So I hope that answers question 1. Question 2. Why is strengthening co-parenting and family bonds so important right now? So, because children, they do not form identity in isolation. They build it within family relationships. So a child receives belonging, emotional regulation, and attachment blueprints from their parents, their grandparents, their cousins, their aunts, their uncles, their friendship group. So when our parents are raised through alienation or court outcomes, the child simply does not lose contact. They lose a sense of orientation, security, and half of their psychological structure. And then if I take it one step further, children who are experiencing this, who've also been abducted, and let me clarify what abducted means in the world that I work in. Abducted means if you have a court order and you choose to take a child somewhere else when they're not allowed to be going somewhere else because of the order, and you take them either too far away for the other parent to be visiting them or having any involvement in their school, or you take them interstate or you take them internationally without the other targeted parent knowing about it, nor the court, that is what we call child abduction. So we're very clear on this. Parental alienation often goes hand in hand with child abduction, and people who think that moving a child just overnight to a different place and cutting them off from that half of the family and breaking all those family bonds, that's a serious issue. And when the adolescent and adult child becomes older, then we're now treating them not only for child psychological abuse, but child psychological abuse and abduction. That is a very different presentation. So let me continue. So my chapter highlights the attachment rupture in childhood that becomes attachment distortion in adulthood. We see now adults who fear intimacy, they can abandon relationships, they're looking for safety, they could replicate alienation with their own children. This is not out of malice, but because no one intervened in the court system in the first place looking for assessment and diagnosis, and it went just straight through. So strengthening family bonds is not idealism. It's preventative mental health intervention. A well-informed court preserves a child's relational architecture. A misinformed one collapses it. That is why attachment must guide decision-making. Prevention is shorter, safer, and more humane than reconstruction, after the damage is set in, like concrete and sometimes even like cancer. So, question 3, what gives you hope for families who are struggling today? Well, hope exists because we're developing the treatment protocols that work with the adolescent and adult child survivors. So we would never treat cancer with insulin or use chemotherapy for diabetes. In medicine, correct diagnosis determines treatment. But in family law, treatment decisions, contact orders, relocation, restrictions, they're all often made without assessment or diagnosis. So when trauma is mistaken for preference, the child is no longer protected. The child is abandoned by the systems that are designed to actually protect them. So this is where untrained professionals cause the greatest harm, and this is what I see pretty much every single week, if not daily. This is a big problem. We need, well, they just don't fail. They do not just fail to intervene, they may become instruments of abuse themselves. So if we see a child who's scared of a safe, loving, and emotionally available parent, we need to very quickly assess for child abuse. And I'm talking about the child abuse as in physical, sexual, psychological, and we also need to assess for neglect. And then we also need to assess for spousal abuse, because if a child is being weaponized into spousal abuse, that's another form of abuse. So once we see a child scared of a parent, this is what needs to be assessed for, because there's no such thing as a mother or father phobia. It's not in the DSM-5. It is an induced pathology. This is the red flag, people. This is the red flag. Once we see it, it needs to go out of the court system into the mental health system. It's in the wrong system. We need an assessment. We need a diagnosis. So the untrained professionals that are currently working in the court system, they are misdiagnosing trauma and seeing it as a preference for the child. They are aligning unknowingly with an abusive parent. Now, the parents also need an assessment and diagnosis, because if we don't know what we're dealing with them, we don't know how that's affecting the child. You see where this is going. So it also, untrained professionals, by doing this, they're also pathologizing the protective parent. So the normal range, emotionally available parent, they're getting accused of things like false allegations of domestic violence and child sexual abuse. Excuse me. So if we see an allegation like this, we need to assess for it. We don't just take it on face value because of somebody's narrative. So this also, they will be restricting or erasing the safe parent from the child's life. This is a long-term problem. This will affect that child for the rest of their lives. Children have the right to see both of their parents as long as the parents are safe, loving, and emotionally available. So we need to legitimize. They also will be legitimizing, coercive control. So, and ultimately institutionalize abuse through the court. So the injury does not stay in the childhood. It moves into adulthood. It moves through into parenting. It becomes another intergenerational trauma, or it's piggybacking off an intergenerational trauma that's already existing. And yet, in some ways, that's exactly where the hope lives. So we now have a language for this. We now have visibility. We now have emerging frameworks, so including attachment-based models articulated by Dr. Craig Childress, for example, who reveals that alienation, it's structured, patterned, treatable pathology that's often misread as conflict. And from within my twin PhD, I'm 200,000 words into developing a treatment for adult child survivors of this particular abuse. Personally, I'd rather not be writing it. I'd rather stamp it out right now. And if we see a child scared of a parent in the court system, we need to assess and diagnose immediately so that they're just not slipping through the cracks. And we need a lot more professional development within the family court system and among the mental health practitioners who work with the children and the adolescents who are caught up in the high conflict divorce situation. So my closing statement is, if we assess and diagnose accurately, we intervene accurately. If we intervene early, we preserve family bonds. And when we preserve family bonds, we prevent trauma from becoming inherited. That's why this chapter exists. Not to describe the damage, but to stop the next generation from living in an ongoing intergenerational trauma pattern that's also being driven by the family court system. Now, today I've only spoken about children and adolescents in family court, but this is also going on out in the general community. So if you have friends or family members who are going through some sort of a separation, divorce, high conflict divorce, and you see a child scared of their safe, loving, and emotional parent, and they've had that parent in their lives and they are very bonded to that parent, that is a very, very serious concern. And we're looking directly at child psychological abuse. So please call it out. Please have a read of my chapter if you're a mental health clinician, and let's just keep going forward and try and get this stamped out and more understood as well, so that doctors like myself are not having to write treatment protocols for lifelong injury. Thanks for watching. Okay. See you later, everyone.
That was awesome. It was very informative. Definitely resonates with me. It's nice to be able to have somebody who's teaching the professionals how to identify this. And that's been my experience as well. As the courts, it's not their job to create solutions. It's their job to rule on solutions that are presented to them.
Yep.
And presented to them, Danica, by properly trained clinicians and doctors that have the years of experience, as Dr. Alyse has, in the field, where they can, give a non-biased evaluation on the facts.
Yeah, and the other thing too, like I said in my chapter, where you cannot lead in somewhere you've never been. So without having this knowledge, they can't help people heal because they haven't had this exposure or this form of education or resource, the tools themselves. So I'm glad she put her information into books where anybody, mental health experts can access her PhD work, and then she's working on her protocol as well.
That's awesome. I wish we'd been able to have her live. And it looked like her image was frozen in there, but at least we were able to get be able to hear her. And because what she offered was very valuable. And she's one of several doctors that we have in that book, in book number 2, that provide their expertise. I was just talking about how we have several doctors that have written chapters in the book. And so it's nice to have the expertise of these doctors who are about making a difference, because nobody paid them to be in the book. And they did not pay to be in the book. They were invited and chose to participate.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to put it on pause. So we've got a new person to come in the room, and it's Dr. Jamie. So I'm going to go ahead and let him in. And I'm going to go ahead and share his spotlight. There we go. Okay. There we go. What? Did I get it? Yeah, I did. I got it. There he is. Okay. I was just showing them your graphic. What a great graphic. Dawn made those. So Dr. Jamie Heisman is one of our co-authors, and the title of his chapter is Breaking the Cycle of Family Trauma and Reclaiming Your Authenticity. Welcome. Thank you for rejoining us.
This is wonderful to join you. I think I've been in 3 time zones the last couple of days, but as I told John, I was looking forward to this probably at the end of the rainbow. So here we are.
Yes. It's been a good day, exhausting, but it's been a really, really good day of conversations to in talking to the authors because we really haven't had a lot of just conversation with our authors and creating this project, starting this project several months ago. Actually, before that, last year was our book one was published, and that was 18 authors. Our volume two is 22 authors that we worked with, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey of meeting all these professionals and experts and parents who've been impacted by child custody conflict and making sure that the stories that get published are stories that bring hope to people. Because, we certainly don't need more discouragement and resignation out in the world. We want to bring hope.
Danica, I got to tell you though, one of the exciting parts about this, it's almost like as a therapist and as a social worker or trauma therapist, however, whatever moniker you want to put. When I wrote a book with Lisa Gibbons and Dr. Rosemary Laird in 2006, it was on caregiving, right? It was dealing with families dealing with chronic, acute, and terminal illness. It began as a really for caregivers of neurological disorders. And then as we started seeing more and more when cancer was part of the diagnoses, we saw, the cognitive fog that came from that and opened it up to all chronic illnesses. And why this is exciting to be on your day, your Facebook day today, and talk about this particular book is all the lessons that we figured out, Lisa, myself, and Dr. Rosemary Laird, my co-authors back then, is that the two most important phases of our lives, which is parenting and caregiving, which are both pretty inevitable at some point. And I say it to those without a child because I didn't become a father till late in life. And I think, as Carl Jung would say, we have paternal energy, we have maternal energy. We don't need a child to necessarily exercise that archetypal energy. We can invest that into these vessels and parent them properly, protect them properly. But we had realized that at the time we wrote the book in 2006 that there was no real good education out there for caregiving. Then, of course, as we began the STAR network, which I'm sure we'll get into a bit, the survivors of toxic abusive relationships and dealing with parental alienation and high conflict divorces, the same was actually true. I mean, we came and looked at our research and saw the worst public health disaster in the world, which was attachment disorders and narcissistic abuse, and came to the conclusion we're generationally keep passing down the same type of parenting. And we think it's correct. And to be frank, and to have grace and compassion for many parents, I don't think psychology ever figured this out until the early 90s either, which we were more trauma driven, more able to retrain the brain, more able to reparent ourselves. So we got caught in that cycle of positive and negative reinforcement with raising a child. That Skinnerian, I think, hell, if you will, unless you have a controlled environment like a prison or a military, it just goes awry in parenting children. And so this book and being here today is something that we needed back there in 2005 and 2004 before we wrote that book, so that people could be educated properly in the way to, as we call the book, take your oxygen first. And now this particular book, Building Bridges of Hope, allows us also, at least you allowed me the latitude, and John and your whole team, to talk about neuroparenting as opposed to Skinnerian parenting. And so this gives us a great opportunity to educate, empower, and energize, the public out there. And I'm deeply, deeply grateful.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a wonderful, I guess, project, from the heart. It's something that, we want to bring, a lot of us who have been impacted by child custody conflict and parental alienation. We want to turn that pain into purpose. And part of it is healing thyself. It's very important to not further, push that, just keep kicking it up the, down the hill. And it's important to heal yourself so that you can heal others and you can help maybe navigate. I know back 25 years ago when I found myself unexpectedly in this space, and nothing. I mean, I was just like calling through the internet to try to find something. And it's when I stumbled across Divorce Poison, and there was a couple other books, but there were no groups that I could find. And I thought, you know what? That's why I'm here. I want to take this pain and I want to somehow give people a shortcut to find their healing quicker. And because it is a very dark place to feel so alone and like nobody understands.
No,
So,
and we don't. And whether you're a participant in the courts of law and dealing with parental agreements or high conflict caregiving, I had a whole nother look at it years ago, prior to me even being a father, and that was as an expert witness in domestic abuse with high conflict divorces. And I was often brought in as a social worker. We're family systems driven, so we look at the children, we look at the spouses, we look at the generational trauma. We look at the social determinants of health, the adverse child experience. We look at it all. It's family systems. But I became even more, if you will, how do I say this? Disappointed, I'll say, when I was actually a paid expert, watching what I knew clinically was really happening to the court systems where the judges weren't trained properly. Okay, and their dockets were 17 to 25, at least it was in South Florida, cases they had it per day. This particular diagnosis, the toxic individual that rises to 5 indicators or greater on the cluster B scale, was pretty much a chameleon. I mean, just a master of images, and could turn things around in a minute. And many years ago, long before I became a father, I looked at cases where I would actually Baker Act in Florida. We call that if somebody's homicidal or suicidal, us clinicians had the opportunity to place them in a safe environment for 72 hours to stabilize them. By time I would send a cluster B, not a bipolar individual or schizophrenic or primary psych diagnoses, but simply the access to basically the cluster B, they'd get to the ER and immediately they'd find somebody to abrogate the Baker Act. Why? Because they could turn right back into a very, stable, very much believable image. And they did that in courts of law. And that was when I watched the disappointing process that A, the judges weren't trained, B, the lawyers were also burned out or had secondary traumatic stress and weren't trained properly. And I don't know, one of my hopes, and there's a lot of hopes at this stage of my AARP life I have, is to create a diversion program for high conflict divorces, to be able to allow the children not to be emotionally abused by the court system and these huge long dates where you have the opportunity to alienate a child and to win a quote unquote war and get back at your partner. This should be like in Florida, we called it drug court when I got involved with Governor Bush many years ago, a diversion program that the high conflict relationships that were in the divorce court should have their own particular trained environment with shorter court dates so that children didn't get abused even more by the state.
it kind of, I have been involved in the dependency court side as a guardian ad litem. And in concept, the dependency court, I wish that they would adopt some of those things and put them into family court, because it is about having, status hearings and team-based approach, and with the mission of reconnecting the child with the parent. And it's unfortunate that they can't actually make it functional, because I know that the dependency court isn't exactly functioning, but in its premise, it could be very functional, especially like in family court.
I agree. And we also have the issue, and nobody really talks about it much. So let's bring it up here. I think this book has so many different points of view and so many powerful chapters in it. Just think about this, the foster parents who really also I trained, and I'm sure you have as well, and many times. And guardian ad litems that I've seen sometimes were friends of attorneys, right? Who not necessarily were trained, but the foster parents too. And you almost, without clinical intervention, without the self-awareness of their own therapy, they could also alienate a child in the foster care system, right? So that when the father or mother was working as hard as they humanly can to recover and get stable and take care of their lives, sometimes, again, in our system at DCF in Florida is so overwhelmed, besieged, and beleaguered that case managers wouldn't realize that a foster parent or foster family could really want that child within their own family and do what they could, or irregardless of how hard the other person was working. And again, this calls for very trained environments, very trained professionals, and an ability, I call almost to triage somebody or some couple at that point of entry into the court system. Now, you're much more trained in that, Danica, than I am. But I've always seen it, unfortunately, from afar. And to me, the system has so much to do to really become a level playing field, both for the children and for the spouses of a toxic individual.
Yeah. I mean, it's, a lot of it is rooted in lack of education. So that they don't understand. They, like, the judges don't, the judges, the lawyers, I mean, all of them, they don't get, first way, they don't know what's going on. They don't know how to recognize it. And they don't realize the impact that they would have on the family negatively by making the wrong ruling or kicking the can down the road so that don't have to make a decision, because a lot of judges will just, they don't want to make a decision like that. So they just postpone it until the family runs out of money, and then they just stop going to court, and the more ruthless of the parents wins out of default.
It's also so impossible, I would say. I mean, look at us talking here. Many of us, I'm not going to speak for the other participants of this call, but I can certainly say I, as a psychologist or as a therapist or a social worker, have experienced a toxic abusive relationship. And if we who have clinical backgrounds or the ability to be skilled can walk into that particular one, unbeknownst to ourselves, then the world is pretty much cannon fodder. And so why I say that is because, currently in my other job, which I'm now in the consulting capacity, is to integrate behavioral health. We've separated the mind and body to such a fairly well. The shame and stigma of mental health has still, the year 2025, at the release of this book and in years to come, we've got a lot of work, has still so siloed, so shame driven that, to your point, lawyers who became my clients later, or judges who became my clients, human beings, not as human doings, who then went through a toxic, a relationship, or who then went through a high conflict issue, all of a sudden said, aha, I get it. I got to go through this hell. And I think that's the case with mental health per se. I deal with 40,000 employees, and our corporate executives, God love them, really, we're a medical group. They don't understand psychology, or they don't understand the cluster B or the attachment disorder, or somebody with 5 indicators or greater is no empathy, no accountability, and transactional until it literally happens to them. And so I'll get a call in the middle of the night that, oh, my son's gone into treatment, or I'm in the middle of a terrible divorce and my partner is doing this to me. Then all of a sudden, complex trauma or PTSD arrives in their mind. It's always something out there until it's not. And I think because of shame and stigma and the inability to educate and empower a public out there waiting, wanting, thirsting for the proper parenting approach, we've just put it underneath the carpet, and we're walking on a lumpy carpet as a society.
Boy, that's the truth. It's, something that was really shocking to me, 25 years ago, is people, first of all, this term parental alienation was so foreign. People didn't know how to wrap their head around. But even further, I was quite shocked that the counselors, guidance counselors at the kids' school, the school psychologists, people who were professionals, had no clue how to recognize parental alienation. It was something where we if you're impacted by it now, it was your job to educate the professionals that should have known before we did. I was just really surprised. And then they become accomplices of the alienating parent, because the alienating parent just recruits. And it just
Now, the only way I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please
hold
continue.
on. Mhm.
No, the only way to go is to find somebody who's actually gone through this hell and come out the other side. Like you say, taking pain the purpose. And I'm including therapists in this. I ran therapist groups. I'm a therapist down here in South Florida. And we have a very clinically challenged profession. The countertransference of the people, whether I supervise them for licensure or they came to their own clinical groups, if they hadn't done the necessary work, they're projecting their stuff constantly on the clients. And so when you go to like you're saying, the guidance counselor level, the mental health counselor, the social worker in the school system, they get co-opted too. I always say this, and because I can say it, I'm a recovering codependent, right? Quote unquote. During the days of Bill and Bob and AA and NA and CODA, which we're still in now, we didn't have an answer of how the brain really worked and the cluster B worked. So I had to find my place. I came through severe, complex trauma as a child, and it was always codependency anonymous. That was the place, which are people, places, and things, making our self-esteem work. Well, my gosh, it wasn't until, Pete Walker or even in, let's say, Marshall Linehan's work with dialectical behavioral therapy that we still, Bowlesby's work, the attachment issues that were out there was the real deal, the attachment issues in childhood. So if I am, who have now 35 years of recovery in CODA, did not have my therapy, did not have, and by the way, I still walked into hell with all the therapy in the world, with all the skills you can imagine, with all the recovery. But I know people can be co-opted left and right. To me, and then I'll leave this to the group, but I work with toxic work sites all the time at my organization at WellMed Medical and Optum Health. And nobody's going to believe the medical director who's got phenomenal numbers, who is absolutely stellar in terms of what they perceive as the metrics and analytics of population health. Certainly nobody's looking down at how many staff was lost, how many patients were lost, how many caregivers were lost, how many nurse practitioners and doctors have left that practice. But nobody can believe that that doctor is thinking like a 5-year-old, that that doctor has an attachment issue, and that the entire sort of persona of this doctor, this brilliant doctor, nobody's saying a cluster B can't be brilliant. They have the emotional capacity of a 5-year-old because they default to the attachment. It's a disorder. That's why we always say at Taranon, which is our support groups at the Star Network, it's not your fault. You didn't raise that other person. Certainly didn't raise yourself if you're picking toxic people too. But the trauma was never your fault, but the healing is now your responsibility.
Yeah, I love everything that you're saying. In fact, I feel like you are like Alyse in a lot of ways without the accent from Australia. So you too bring forth this really powerful message in this book. And I love the fact that we have your two voices in here that are speaking to this degree of, how do we educate those of us that we're seeking the help from, and how to, the vicarious trauma is always a concern in a lot of us, here on this panel, even because of the stories that we hear. But as mental health practitioners and professionals, they're having to hear a lot of this. So how do they deal with that? So the fact that the two of you have that particular angle, and she's writing a treatment protocol for adult survivors of severe child psychological abuse, and also with the mental health professionals that work with them. So I really want to make sure you two have an opportunity to have a conversation and get to know about each other's work. So I think it's
Don,
it's
I would be
amazing.
honored. I would be honored. Many people don't
She'd be here
realize.
right now, but she just woke up. So she's like, nah.
Well, listen, we're working with wonderful experts in Australia. Jane Phipps has been writing for us from our toxic worksite capacity. But I want obviously the listeners and the viewers of this wonderful, it's first time today, as well as for the book, to understand that, and I want to be very generous because she's not my patient, and it's terribly unethical for any of us to judge or to make a call of what a diagnosis is if somebody's not our patient. But Dr. Marshall Linehan was self-professed cluster B. Dr. Marsha Linehan said that she was diagnosed with borderline behavior
So she
and
has the
borderline.
lived experience,
Well, yeah, and she
and that's
created
very
one of the most,
important.
oh, incredible. And the one of the most, and we can get into a big clinical diatribe here. I do believe there is hope for the BPD, oddly enough. They almost have too much empathy. They're a little different than the other three cluster Bs. However, Marcia realized that she created, I think, a fabulous modality in DBT, dialectical behavior therapy. It's the moment, it's the mindfulness. It corresponds to Dr. Daniel Goleman's work at Harvard with high EQ. It's today. It's the way to retrain our brain. The unfortunate part for Dr. Marsha Linehan, and she's still around to tell us this, that not many people came to therapy because the cluster B doesn't believe that they're accountable. This could never be their fault. It's always somebody else's fault. I can't take ownership. And so it turns out, though, that DBT is still extraordinarily effective, whether it's, anxious attachment style or avoidant attachment style, or the very few may have secure attachment style, but DBT is for any attachment issue. And so we use it in the work site, actually. And I had to do a trauma-informed program called the Emotional Support Response Team. And we use all those principles. But to your point, Dr. Marsha had to go through it.
Yeah,
Jamie probably had to go through it. John had to go through
Alyse has
it.
been through it.
Danica,
Yeah,
Dawn
Alyse
had
is
to go
a
through it.
yeah. Alyse is also a child survivor of CPA with abduction as well. We're both abducted survivors, so she
Mm.
does have her own lived experience, and she's able to see what others don't see in her practice. So it's really powerful to have that lived experience piece in there, because I think it does bring the empathy for the patient,
It does,
understanding
and
that
I don't
trauma.
want to be too ego driven here. The hubris is I didn't think I had any issues. I mean, honest to God, I've been in
Sure,
therapy since
yeah,
I was 15 years old. My mom, God rest her soul, even though it was a poop
that's
show.
part of our upbringing, though, too, isn't it? That nothing's wrong, just
Well, yeah, but
don't
I
point it out.
think I was when my daughter always comes out and said, "Dad, why are you working at midnight?" And I said, "Well, honey, on this one, I don't get any remuneration. I'm a volunteer in this capacity." I said, "I think I was touched by the hand of God," and so I can't go deep into it, but I can with you in this book. Is that I think, and I know today, the blind spot for me, because I kept looking in the mirror. I said, "How could I end up like this?" I kept asking myself that when I got off of my knees, of course, and had gone through the darkness of not knowing if I'd get to the other side. I said, how could I go through this? And then I realized that I missed complex post-traumatic stress recovery, that we have not placed it in a DSM-5. I believe from the bottom of my heart, working in the healthcare industry, that it'll bankrupt the country when we look at complex PTSD or 0 to 8 or in utero trauma. And I truly believe it's vital. That's what Taranon is all about. And so that was, years and years ago. But when John, myself, the Star Network now creates Taranon, it was, I guess, I had to be shown it had a severe blind spot. I had looked at addictions, co-addictions. Codependency is an addiction, by the way. I want everybody to understand that. Lois back there in Bill and Bob days called it co-addiction. America's just cleaned it up and called it codependency. But all addictions are trauma responses. And frankly, I might have had to go through hell because Tarnon to me was what was missing in terms of my recovery. So with all the hubris and ego I thought I had and all the therapy I had, I really didn't have the most important, which was how do I reparent this brain? How do I really go backwards in time and do the proper neuroplasticity and actually embrace through emotional regulation, Jamie? And then how do I do this with healthy people for the first time ever? So it was such a blind spot. And with all deep, accountability, I now feel and know. Why? And I guess we had to go through this. It was a minefield, but we had to.
Yeah, I'll have to say that as an adult survivor who has looked for therapy, there was a lot of times that my therapist had no idea what actually occurred to me. Of course, then at the time I didn't either, but I knew how to describe the situations, but nobody ever brought up the words child psychological abuse, parental alienation. Nobody ever mentioned those. So then I find a new therapist because I move, and all of a sudden I'm having to regurgitate and retrain this next therapist to understand the trauma, the type of trauma that I went through. And then they get, the vicarious trauma, and they think it's very intense, and they're not exactly sure how to help me. And I think that's pretty prominent in the area where adult survivors are now seeking specific kind of treatment, and who knows about it, who knows what that is. So I think it's important, everything that you have said and things that I've heard Alyse talk about. You two are like a needle in a haystack when it comes to how many are capable or aware. I guess aware would probably be a better word, because I believe that they're capable, they just don't have the awareness yet.
Yeah, and being aware is the key. And you all do a phenomenal job. I've just become close to your work, all of yours, through John. And you're creating awareness is what Sigmund Freud says, once you're aware, you're no longer naive, and you can't sit with cognitive dissonance. And so you have to transform.
You have to fix it. Yeah.
You have to fix it, right?
Cybersecurity rule number one. If you know that there's a risk, you have to do something about it.
Bingo. And that's also the software of our brain box, right?
Operating system, yeah.
Transformation can come anyway. As we say at Tarnon, it could be, look, AA, NA, CODA. We work with all fellowships. It could be Jesus, Moses, Buddha, Allah. We believe, though, that the reparenting piece of ourselves, the neuro kind of regulation, the ability to embrace our neurological system, which we never did, becomes now what we believe is the path. And is to reparent ourselves is to go back. And what is it? It's also to realize that, don't let perfection ever be the enemy of good, that our progress is 3 forward, 2 backwards at best. But as long as we keep moving forward, and my boss said this to me, Jamie, how can this work with 70 and 80-year-old people? And I said, George, you're looking at one. I said, just if we can see and feel authenticity ever in our life, I said, then we found the cure, that, the end of the rainbow, if you will.
That's right. Yeah, it's amazing. Great stuff.
I appreciate all of you all, and anything I can do to help this book, and anything the Star Network can. And again, we're a 501c3, and you have John there, and John has been one of the most important parts of our network. And John, we hope we'll convince him to come on our board of directors. But there's nothing we wouldn't do to help promote this book, Danica or Dawn or John. I think it's getting this out to educate finally, where we didn't have this shot in the 2000s with our book. It couldn't be anything more important. And with the experts that you've assembled here, it couldn't be a better group.
Well, it's been a wonderful journey. It's been just meeting all these people that have sort of found their way to us. And being able to collaborate so that more people can have access to this. It's been great. And I know you mentioned a few months ago about the possibility, I'm putting you on spot, of helping us with the Audible for the books. So
I would love to. I am being trained up because at the Star Network, we're going to be releasing in 90 days Tar Tales, which is the big book for us. And they're training me. And even though I've done voiceovers and stuff since the 90s when I was in TV, I guess I'm not good enough yet. So when I'm done being trained by our publishers, I would love to assist if I can do it better. This is the type of book I think is the most important thing. I'll leave you with this. We at the Star Network have 3 pillars, which are support, which is Tarnon, but it's also treatment, which we'd like to oversee complex trauma treatment that is properly done. I think our treatment world, unfortunately, does things expediently and not properly. And so we'd like to oversee it. But the most important thing is what you're all doing here, which is the prevention. If you can train somebody not to create the attachment disorder by teaching them the proper neuroparenting, then we can prevent finally. And we do know that. And so there's nothing more I'd rather dedicate my time, Danica, to in terms of an audio book than to assist you all in any way, shape, or form. So just call on me. Prevention is it. I won't see my grandkids, but it's the least I can do for them.
I know.
All right.
I know earlier on during the day, we had some interesting conversations on AI. And I know, Jamie, you're doing some phenomenal game-changing things on AI. I don't know if you'd be able to share with our readers some of the great things that they can expect coming fairly soon on that front?
Well, thank you, John. Well, I'm in an unenviable position at WellMed and Optum to vet AI because we all know there's not enough mental health providers in the world to serve
Well,
the mental health
just
needs.
before you go on, I work with Optum. I work actually in cybersecurity for United Health Group.
Oh my gosh, you are then a rare person. You are the
So I
cream of
am
the cream.
working on
You
their
are.
AI security. Yep.
Oh my Lord. I hope the whole public knows that when gosh, I love that day when Obamacare broke down, they only called one group, and that was y'all. Optum. I'm in the clinical side, but boy, the tech side, I salute you for that. But I have had the pleasure, sometimes pleasure, I'll call it, they asked me to do due diligence. I'm a duck in a hen house, right? I'm in a medical primary care delivery system of 40,000 people. So, but as a psychologist, therapist, I integrate mental health. So they bring the AI products to me to see what do I think. And most of them, a lot of them, I'll say disproportionately were out of Mumbai and India at the time, and I looked at them and I listened to them, and every one of them came out to me, unfortunately, which I think psychotherapy and psychoanalytic work can still do, was like a learned helplessness model. What does that mean? Well, at 3 in the morning, I'd ask a question and it would tell me kind of what to do based upon the experts who downloaded the information. So to John's point, we knew, and we still know today, to scale properly trauma recovery, which we're doing through Taranon. It's a fellowship, Toxic Abusive Relationship Anonymous, to do it with intimate partner abuse, to do it in the toxic work sites, you name it, high conflict caregiving. It's going to be vital, necessary, and urgent, if you will. And it has to be done well. We knew we needed AI to do this and scale because we're looking to go to Africa. We were asked to go to a war zone like IDF in Israel, the Gaza Strip, Ukraine, anywhere trauma is, we're a virtual trauma network. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think we would be. This was one of those unintended consequences of Taranon, intimate partner abuse, but it became a virtual, scalable trauma network that could be private labeled. You didn't have to call it Taranon. So looking for an AI company was difficult. And John and I both actually met in New York City with a group called My What If. And they're scarce as hen's teeth to find an AI company that's also a 501c3. But even more, we really hit the jackpot because it wasn't that learned helplessness model. You ask me a question, I'll tell you what to do. Recovery is how do we retrain our brains? How do we repair ourselves? How do we develop resilience, right? And that you have to lean in. You have to go, we call it through the TAR dojo. So my what if is basically an AI storytelling component where John and I kid around. I call it systemic hope. No offense. I was a philosophy major before I went into the world of psychology and therapy. And Søren Kierkegaard, obviously we all know, is a Christian existentialist philosopher, always said, hey, forget hope. Hope is like a poison. Despair is a better motivator than hope. And in so many ways, he was correct. Hope can kind of lull you to sleep. This was a systemic sort of AI machine that you could actually pour your personality into and answer the necessary requisite questions. And then it's my what if. It's just what it is. Ask, well, what if? I didn't make this decision. And the CEO there was unfortunately hugged by a suicide bomber 21 years ago and has not really slept well ever since, obviously, though he recovered miraculously. And he wanted to create something that was more, akin to my what if. What if I didn't do this? What if I did? What if I do that? And so what this allows us to do instead of gaining the answers, it allows mywhatif.org and Omir, is the CEO that John and I are working with right now. He said, look, we can join hands together. And for me, it's music to my ears. And I'm sure Dawn and Danica in the world of psychiatric treatment, which I find very challenging because only 1% of the people could possibly afford a $50,000 30-day length of stay for trauma. What we're trying to do at the STAR Network, and John's working very closely with us, is to create a recovery for trauma for under $30 per person. And the only way we can do this is to scale with AI and my what if and Taranon. So he was in search, or his organization was in search while they did the research with Columbia University for a peer-to-peer group while we were in search. Well, how are we going to get over to, Ethiopia or to Israel or
Yeah.
to the Gaza Strip? So we found each other. And anyway, December 18th, I'll just throw out the quickie here for everybody. We're doing an art symposium at Chelsea where we're working together. We're their major sponsor in Chelsea for this beautiful art show, this juried art show. But more importantly, when we test our next 100 people coming out of Taranon, and we're looking to do this possibly now dealing with a trauma network for police officers in New Jersey, we're going to be able to measure the metrics and outcomes and the recovery based upon that. I know, Dawn, since you're in the tech world,
That's
I don't,
amazing.
I don't want to create junk science. I want to create something that's real.
No, I love it. I love it. And
So,
have you heard Dr. Childress's work on what he's doing with AI?
listen, I am open to you sending me every solution you think.
Yeah.
John knows
Well,
the
and
way I think.
he's not working with the trauma area that you are. He's actually using AI for custody evaluations. So different area, but he's utilizing AI, and that's part of the conversation that we were having earlier with John, and talking about how I'm a proponent of AI. I love using AI. I love what I can do with AI. I don't like what bad actors can do with AI. And I work on predator profiling and trying to bring that awareness again to prevent childhood trauma of being coerced online through predation. And now AI is going to become, if it's not already, the online predator.
Yes, I think you're
already in that
100% right.
position.
Dawn, I think you're right. And I was one of those doomsayers about AI, but then I started thinking, right, first of all, I'm in this world of shame and stigma. I myself was diagnosed early as a kid with depression and ADD, felt the shame and stigma and the isolation back then. As much as I look at AI today and realize it's not the answer on the psychotherapeutic sort of approach or not the neuro-safe relationship between a patient and their therapist, I'm also a realist knowing again that there's mental health disorders and issues around this world that will never, ever have enough providers to treat it.
And people are turning to their app.
They are. So I would love it to like the one you just mentioned sounds like an ideal sort of application for AI, and for us as we vetted AI, having your personality poured in and asking it, well, what if I don't go to this meeting, or what if I actually go to that toxic individual and sit there and I'm doing well in recovery, or what if it allows us then to be the stewards of our own mental health.
The big thing is we're going to have to turn off the switch of AI being a people pleaser, because right now it's a big people pleaser on the person that's asking the question, the user. So when it's saying, if I'm saying, what if I don't go to this meeting, and it thinks it knows me, because that's its game, is to get into my brain and try to understand me and preempt the answer I'm looking for. So if I don't want to go to this meeting, is it going to say, if you don't go to this meeting, you're going to fall behind. You're not going to have the support system that you need in order to stay whatever XYZ. Instead, it's going to say, well, you've got a lot of things on your plate. You could probably tackle one of those and get something done. Why don't you just skip this meeting? You can always go next week. That's what AI is designed to do, to people please me as the user. So we have to turn that switch off and say, AI, tell me what I need to hear, not what I want to hear.
So, and we do this at Tarnum because what we're trying to do is obviously parent our own selves, right? And we're doing it with a healthy, non-judgmental family around us. And I love what you're saying, Dawn, because to me, sycophants should not be allowed in life any longer. And I'm sure I had my share of people who enabled me and placated me as well. And Dawn knows in our organization, I always say, please tell me when my baby's ugly. Please tell me. So I'm going to learn from that. I'm going to grow from that, and I'm going to be safe in that. But to your point, and I think in the hands of somebody like you, Dawn, who you kind of get both worlds, I'm hoping against hope that we have the foresight that it will be able to, in a compassionate way, be authentic, more authentic, and confront us as opposed to
we're going to have to
enable
teach
us.
it. We have to prompt it right. I had to turn mine into, I gave it God rules. I said, under no circumstances do you respond with the answer you think I want to hear. You are the chief of staff. You are, the brand ambassador. You are the one that says, I need to do this instead of that. Don't tell me what I want to hear. And it sticks to that. But I had to teach it. And it took several months to really get it honed in, to not just give me the answer I want, that I'm looking for. Even when I complain, I'm like, look, let me vent, let me bitch, let me do whatever. And you still come back with the right answer, not the one I want.
I am so grateful to hear that you're on the helm of the tech world. Listen, this is going to die my phone, my computer. It's amazing it's made it this long, but all I can tell you is deeply grateful. So looking forward to
We're
this.
grateful for you too. Thank you.
Anything I can do to promote this. I know John is going to be right there on the board of directors, and we don't say no to anything. And to your point, also, Dawn, and to Danica, if you come to my office, I may be the doctor, but like you said, Dawn, you want that AI and other people to be the doctor when you go in their office, and not to be that. And so, please tell us, tell John, tell me how best we can support this effort, and we'll be there for you. We'll definitely be there. This is a book that I think is vital to get out there so soon, so quick. And today on Black Friday, I'm sure it's soaring to the top, and I'm grateful to be a part of it.
Awesome. We're glad that you are a part of it. I'll get you introduced to Alyse. I think that will be a cool conversation.
Please, Australia's on my bucket list. Have a great one.
Mine too.
All right.
Thank you
Take
again.
care.
Thank you. Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it was. It was. It was
good to get to know him a little more.
Great conversation. Great conversation, and kind of like wrapping up the day, aren't we? Is there anybody else?
We have a video from Charlotte Smith from London
Okay.
that has sent us something. So
Well, let me pause mine and start the recording again. I'm recording now. Okay, so let's see here. So our next speaker, I always like to let me before you share, hold on. I'm gonna put Charlotte's picture up here and share it. I can find it. There we go. All right. So we're going to show a video of Charlotte. Charlotte's one of the co-authors, and her chapter is titled "The Color of Life: A Journey Through Healing and Meaning." So I'm going to have you go ahead and share her video.
Good afternoon. If there's one message I hope readers carry with them, it's that healing is not about becoming someone new or being the perfect parent. It's about returning and coming home to the person you always were, before fear, before shame, or the survival role that you had to undertake. And, those parts of you that perhaps hardened, the softest parts of you. And so therefore trauma's shaped and does shape so much of our life and so much of our patterns, but it never erases our essence. And we're not broken, we're adapted. And so our nervous system learns to protect us in the only ways they know how to. And because these adaptations were learned, they can also be unlearned with compassion and connection and patience. And so how this connects for me within the book, and what I would like readers to know, is that every family carries a story, and they carry this story throughout. And within every story is the possibility to repair. I see families, and our stories very similar to how I'm visual, so forgive me, to how a tree grows. A tree will always bend to the light. So even if you've endured years and years of growing within the shadows, we will always lean towards healing and warmth and safety. And that's what I see within families and especially co-parenting. Children do not grow in families, they grow from them. And so a child's nervous system is shaped long before they have language, as we know, and they borrow. They borrow our regulation, they borrow our presence and our safety. And so when co-parenting is fractured, a child, will feel it long before they're able to articulate it or understand it. They'll feel it within their body. I know I certainly did. And so, we live in a time where there's stress, there's disconnection, there's generational pain that just keeps getting louder and louder and louder. And the world pulls families apart with financial pressures, busyness, overwhelmness, emotional fatigue all the time. Strengthening co-parenting is not simply about managing schedules. It's about offering and creating children with a foundation that they don't internalize the adult storms. They don't internalize it as it's their fault. So when adults and parents learn to, collaborate, regulate, communicate, even imperfectly, they will create an emotional climate where children can thrive. And co-parenting, certainly for me, is not about two perfect parents. It's about two human beings choosing again and again to put the child's nervous system first. And honestly, I speak this not as an expert looking in from the outside. I was someone who lived through those fractures as a child and then later navigated them as a co-parent. I learned that connection is the medicine that we all need that perhaps we didn't receive. And strengthening these bonds now is how we stop passing down those same old wounds. What gives me hope is that change can happen at any moment in a family system, even one tiny moment of truth or love or vulnerability. Vulnerability is just that beautiful unspoken strength. It can really shift generations. I've worked with families who have felt completely torn apart, utterly lost and convinced that they were too damaged or broken or too divided to heal. And then something astonishing happens. One person will soften. One person will tell the truth. One person will apologize, or another one will start to understand their own triggers. And then one person will just learn to pause and breathe instead of reacting. Healing, in my experience within families, doesn't begin with perfection. It begins with courage. It begins with one very brave nervous system choosing safety over survival each and every time. And then that shift causes a ripple. I've seen laughter return to homes, that once echoed far too much tension and conflict. I've seen children flourish, especially when a parent learns just to breathe differently, I've seen adults reparent themselves, myself included, with a tenderness and a steady presence that perhaps they never had. That hope, I believe, is already inside each and every one of us. It's quiet, but it's also this stubborn belief that love can keep growing again and again and again, even if the past carried so much hurt. Speaking to parents today, I would literally take their hands and I would say, you are not alone. And nothing about your pain makes you unworthy of love or giving love for that matter. To the parent, you are not failing, you are learning. The parts of you that have perhaps felt overwhelmed, ashamed, or reactive were born from old wounds, not from a lack of love. And your child does not need perfection, trust me. They need your presence, they need your repair, and they need your humanity. Every moment you try again is shaping their future safety. And to the child, so whether you are 5 or 50, what happened around you was never your fault. Your body did what it needed to do in order to survive. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. It's just evidence that perhaps you were carrying too much. And you deserved protection, not pressure. And you are allowed today and every other day to begin your healing. Families to me are living ecosystems. When one part heals, the whole environment will begin to shift. And for me, within my own beautiful family, with that level of compassion, with those boundaries, truth, connection, even the most wounded family can grow something rather beautiful.
That's awesome. Very well done.
What a poignant message.
Yes.
Yeah, that was beautifully delivered. I love that. Very good. That's a really good. Is that our last author?
Yeah.
We covered everybody. That's a beautiful note to end on.
I'm gonna let's see. Hold on. Yeah, I don't want to. One of the things I'd like to say is, that our there's a couple things I would want to say that I really is that's the things that we go through, that we've gone through, are things that we've inherited, that probably didn't even happen just to us. There were things, there were traumas, there were dysfunctions that happened to our parents and our parents' parents. And it's our job, once we become aware of what it is, that it is not functional, it's our responsibility to somehow filter it out in, our generations that are subsequent to us. Because that was actually looking at, in past books that I've contributed to, when I look at the dysfunction, how it felt like I was being blindsided by it, there were clues. They were clues from my upbringing. They were clues from my heritage, that they were little seeds all along that led to me. And they didn't have a choice. It was like Dr. Jamie. He came from the generations before that didn't really focus on such things. They had a certain way of handling things clinically, and that weren't not necessarily as effective as they're discovering that there's modalities to use and heal and restore people now, that we didn't have a generation ago. It's kind of like, like Dawn and I, we've talked about cybersecurity, and we didn't grow up around computers. We grew up around typewriters. So we had no context for training, learning, much less teaching the next generation about stranger danger technology. But our predecessors tried to talk about stranger danger strangers in the alley. So there's always going to be
these days, everybody's a stranger.
Mm-hmm. So it's
everybody.
It's important. It's so important that we quickly come up with something, and we teach that generation those things. Even if we do it wrong, at least do it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the reason that I go back to the fact that there was a time 25 years ago when I was being marginalized from my children's life because I didn't the marriage I was in was not functional. And when I look back, again, going back to the generations, I realize that my husband had the seeds of that led him to think that the answer was to correct a situation he was not wanting to happen. He didn't want me ending the marriage. His answer is if we just replace her in the children's life, then that was the answer. And I realized because his father had been replaced. He didn't have his father, and his father was replaced. So he was just doing the only thing his subconscious knew to do. So, and that was the impetus to calling my organization Kids Need Both. And in a way, by saying kids need both, it was saying these kids need you too. Even if you're my enemy right now, those kids need you too. Because one thing for sure is those kids, without a living example in front of them, they have nothing to learn where they come from and the wiring that's inside of them. If you cut out one parent out of their lives, they're almost doomed to repeat it without an example of why not. So anyways, it's been a great day. It's been a really great day of great conversations and a great day of launching ourselves into international best-selling authors for 22 authors, some of which are first-time authors. That's very exciting.
And what a perfect book to be in everyone's library. It's a perfect tool that they can add to whatever they're using now to complement the insights from all of our 22 authors, giving them the impetus to seek healing and help and becoming, the best individual they are, in their children's lives. And it just builds on the strength of our first book, Overcoming Trauma and Family Law Cases, to really give back to those so many millions of individuals globally and that are looking for help. And I think we're off on the road to do that with our second book.
I agree. It's going to be, I'm very excited about it. I know we've already hit number one in at least one of the categories so far. We're going to broadcast the recordings again over the weekend and keep monitoring the statistics in hopes of getting number one in multiple categories. I'm pretty excited about that.
I know we're in the top percentiles in the divorce category, in the law category, in the family law category, in the divorce and separation family law category, in family relationships, and certainly, number one in trauma and psychology. So a lot of great areas for individuals, seeking help. Our book is right out there for them.
Yes.
And a perfect buy at this pre-launch price so that readers can take advantage of a 99-cent Kindle price and low publisher's price for paperback and hardback. So it's a great time to go out and buy the book and give it to your friends for the holidays or colleagues, and spread the word.
Yes, I would think it's a great thing to, gift someone the libraries. That would be really, now that we have a Library of Congress number for the book, and yeah, just spread the word. It could really bring hope to someone in a dark place, especially during the holidays.
Yeah, and if we keep checking Amazon throughout the day, throughout the night, and anybody up in different time zones, different time frames, if you do see us in the number one position, just grab a screenshot and make sure we get that so we can document where we've received number one at. I know we got trauma and psychology or trauma psychology, but we're looking for the other two if possible. So that would be amazing.
Stenner, I have a couple questions for you before we adjourn. What's the one message you hope readers, take away from your chapter that you've written in the book?
Who are you asking?
You, Danica.
Oh,
yeah, we should be including her.
Oh, goodness. Let's see, what are the readers of, I think the biggest thing, I've got everybody's interviews in my head. It's really about maintaining bonds, being able to restore your relationships. Your relationships are restorable. And some of the things that help me the most is to get myself connected with coaches, people who are going to just be my support system and never see me as a victim, always see me as an overcomer and a person of strength that helped me to get there and knew how committed all the people that I surrounded myself with. I made sure that they were not voices of hate and that hated my enemies. I didn't need anybody to tell me to encourage that. It's all about hope. So,
and why do you think that's so important right now in society?
Why is that so important? I think we're living in a very polarized society globally. There are us versus them. You've got people who their religion, their politics, everything is us versus them. I mean, I have really good friends that one of the reasons I've kind of stepped away from Facebook this year is sometimes I peek into it and I see dear friends that are creating us versus them environments politically. I have dear friends that are on the left and dear friends that are on the right, and they attack a label, and and then that's personal. And if you bring it down to family, especially family conflict, you see it as well. Maybe it's a factor of being human, how it's much easier to just clump people up and into us versus them, but it's not. You really have to go and look across the aisle and say, how do they look like me? How are their hurts, their feelings, how are they as human as I am?
Kids Need Both is, a national nonprofit that works across all 50 states. What gives you hope for families who you see, are struggling today and that you're working with?
I've been in this work for about 25 years, and I have seen the movement grow. I've been that person who was blindsided by a custody battle I didn't ask for. I was begging for resources, and I felt very alone with people, guidance counselors and psychologists and judges and attorneys who had no understanding of what I was going through. So I felt very much like this crusader that had to gather up suddenly quickly become this professor in the topic and then educate all the people who were the decision makers in my whole case. And I've gone from there to now where I see organizations have cropped up. We've been able to, for the last several years, we have this strategic alliance of organizations, the Hope for Families Alliance, and there's multiple organizations who they get it. They get the importance of the work. We have organizations that are doing legislative work to change laws across the nation or actually across the planet. There's organizations. So I've seen that gives me hope that it's not all for naught. 25 years, and so I'm not alone. Not alone anymore.
If you could talk to a parent and then also to a child going through this right now, what would you want them to know that's important for them?
I'd first say to the parent, I'd say, well, first of all, it's not going to be a quick fix. And you've got to be in it for the long game. They hold on to the fact that your child is part of who you are, and you love them unconditionally, no matter what they're going through and even how they treat you. You've got to be there for them. And you're not, a lot of times you've got to be creative in the way that you try to reach out to them. Don't think that your answers are going to be given to you by a judge, because even if a judge rules in your favor and your child rejects you, what have you won? But if you've spent your time investing in trying to be there lovingly, unconditionally with your child, showing up and sitting in the back row of the basketball bleachers so they can see that you care enough to be there. It's just consistency. It's doing what you know to do, and you're not looking for the quick payoff.
And for children that are struggling, with the unfortunate circumstances that they've encountered, what message would you give to children, teenagers or young adults?
I would say that they need to give grace to their parents. They need to see that I always say that all of us, no matter how old we are, we're all 5-year-olds at our core. It doesn't matter how we're just you and I are just grown up 5-year-olds. We still have the same wants and needs and hurts and fears that our 5-year-old had. We just have a easier way of masking that, or a more polished way. And if you're a child who's frustrated, maybe with both two parents that are not getting along, avoid villainizing them and realize that they're human beings. You can go a whole lifetime and you're never going to get it right.
Yeah, I think I love what you said about that. We're 5-year-olds with the frontal lobe. That's literally the only difference.
Yep. Yeah.
And what a perfect way to end, because, thanks to your efforts, Danica and Don, with the anthology, volume 1 and volume 2, we're truly building bridges of hope for parents and children of all ages to stop the generational harm from continuing on. And this book definitely addresses that with the great collaboration of our 22 authors that have contributed their deep resources and knowledge through shared experiences to bring hope to families. So thank you, Danica.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you to the authors. Thank you for those who are supporting the authors and then the organizations behind them. And definitely grateful for you and Dawn in getting this thing across the finish line. All right. Well, have a great evening, and we'll try to get all this technology out there. All
Yes,
right.
we will. All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danica. Bye.